Hello there, my sleepy knights. And tonight, we return to the magical world of Harry Potter. In this special 6-hour collection, we'll journey through the hidden corners of the wizarding world. And if you enjoy this collection, please remember to like, subscribe, and leave a comment below. It helps others find the channel and keep these magical stories alive. You can also support us on our Patreon, where you get access to our Spotify playlist and early access to all of these stories. But for now, let's get cozy. Step back into the wizarding world. The magic never truly fades. The ancient stones of Hogwarts seemed to whisper their secrets as Mopsy made his way through the labyrinth corridors. The air thrummed with an undercurrent of magic, palpable and yet just beyond reach. Mopsy's bare feet padded softly against the worn flagstones, his oversized ears twitching at every unfamiliar sound. He navigated the castle's winding paths by instinct, following the scent of baking bread and roasting meats that wafted through the halls. The aromas grew stronger with each turn, guiding him deeper into the heart of the castle. At last, he found himself standing before a large painting depicting a bowl of fruit, just as he had been told. With a hesitant hand, he reached out and brushed his fingers against the canvas, feeling a slight tingle of magic beneath his touch. The pair in the painting squirmed and giggled, and the frames swung open, revealing the bustling world of the Hogwarts kitchens. Mopsy stepped inside, his senses immediately overwhelmed. The carnivorous room stretched out before him, a hive of activity and organized chaos. House elves scurried to and fro, their nimble hands wielding knives, ladles, and rolling pins with practiced precision. The clatter of pots and pans, the hiss of steam, and the crackle of fires created a cacophony that was at once overwhelming and yet strangely comforting. The aroma of freshly baked bread mingled with the rich, savory scent of roasting meats, making Mopsy's mouth water. He watched in awe as a group of elves worked together to pull a tray of golden brown loaves from a massive stone oven. Their little faces flushed from the heat. At another station, a team of elves was chopping vegetables with blinding speed, their knives a blur of silver against the colourful mounds of carrots, potatoes, and onions. Mopsy marvelled at their skill and coordination, each elf seeming to know exactly what to do and when to do it. "Ah, you must be the new elf. Mopsy, I believe," a voice said, cutting through the din. Mopsy turned to see an older elf approaching, his face lined with wrinkles and his eyes twinkling with warmth. "I'm Grimble, the head elf here at Hogwarts. Welcome to our little corner of the castle." Mopsy felt a rush of nerves as he looked up at Grimble, suddenly feeling very small and very young. "Thank you, sir," he managed, his voice barely above a whisper. Grimble chuckled, his laughter a deep, rich sound that seemed to come from his belly. "No need for sir, young one. We're all equals here, all part of the same team." He placed a gnarled hand on Mopsy's shoulder, guiding him deeper into the kitchen. As they walked, Grimble pointed out the various stations and explained their functions. "Over here is where we prepare the soups and stews," he said, indicating a row of large bubbling cauldrons. "We've got everything here from hearty beef and vegetable to lighter broths." Mopsy watched as an elf stirred one of the cauldrons with a long wooden spoon, the steam rising in fragrant curls. Grimble led him to another area where a group of elves was rolling out pastry dough and filling it with various meats and vegetables. "These are our famous pastries," Grimble explained. "Flaky, buttery crust filled with savoury goodness. The students can't get enough of them." As they continued their tour, Mopsy noticed 4 long tables at the end of the kitchen, each laden with dishes and platters piled high with food. "What are those for?" he asked, curiosity overcoming his shyness. Grimble smiled. "Those are the house tables," he said. "One for each of the 4 Hogwarts houses. When the food is ready, we send it up to the Great Hall through those." He pointed out to 4 large openings in the ceiling, each emblazoned with a house crest. Mopsy watched in wonder as the dishes began to float upwards. As if carried by invisible hands, they sailed through the openings and vanished from sight. "But how do they get there?" he asked, his eyes wide with amazement. "Magic, of course," Grimble said with a wink. "The same magic that sends the dirty dishes back down to us after the meals." As if on cue, a clatter of plates and cutlery came raining down from the ceiling, landing in large tubs of soapy water. House elves scurried to collect them, scrubbing and scouring until they gleamed like new. "That's where you'll start," Grimble said, handing Mopsy a scrub brush. "Wash the dishes until they shine. Then we'll move you to vegetable prep, then to baking, and so on. In time you'll learn every job in this kitchen." Mopsy took the brush, a sense of pride and purpose filling him. He may not wield a wand, but he could ensure that the students and staff of Hogwarts were well fed and cared for. It was a noble calling, one that he would give his all to fulfill. As the day wore on, Mopsy worked tirelessly, his hands aching from scrubbing dishes, and his eyes watering from the sting of onion juices. But he didn't mind. He was part of something bigger now, a cog in the great machine that was Hogwarts. When at last his final dish was washed, and the final pot scrubbed clean, Grimble led Mopsy to a small door off the main kitchen. "This is where we sleep," he said, opening it to reveal a cozy, dimly lit dormitory. Rows of small little beds lined the walls, each with a neatly folded tea towel at its foot. Mopsy felt a lump form in his throat as he looked around at what would be his home for the foreseeable future. It wasn't much, but it was his, and he was grateful for it. As he climbed into his bed that night, his body exhausted but his heart full, Mopsy felt a sense of belonging wash over him. He had found his place in the world, and he would give it his all, no matter what challenges lay ahead. For he was a house elf of Hogwarts, and that was a noble calling indeed. Mopsy lay awake in the darkness of the dormitory, listening to the gentle snores and mummers of the other house elves. Sleep eluded him, his mind awhirl with the events of the day and the strange restless energy that seemed to thrum through his veins. Unable to bear the restless energy any longer, Mopsy slipped from his bed and padded silently out of the dormitory. The castle corridors were dark and deserted. The only sound the distant creak of settling stone and the soft rustle of slumbering portraits. Mopsy moved through the shadows like a ghost, his bare feet making no sound on the cool flagstones. He let his instincts guide him, following the subtle currents of magic that seemed to permeate the very walls of the castle. Almost before he realized it, he found himself standing in the doorway of a classroom, the charms room, if he wasn't mistaken. Though, in the darkness, it was hard to be sure. Mopsy hesitated for a moment, his heart pounding in his ears. Then, with a deep breath, he stepped inside. The room was still and silent, the desks and chairs casting eerie shadows in the faint moonlight. Mopsy moved slowly, reverently, his eyes wide as he took in the trappings of magical study. The blackboard still bore the fading remnants of the day's lesson. Complex diagrams and incantations that made his head spin. The bookshelves groaned under the weight of countless books, their spines whispering of secrets and mysteries waiting to be unlocked. With trembling fingers, Mopsy reached out and he brushed the smooth, polished wood of a wand that was left lying on a desk. He had seen the wizards use these tools to shape reality to their will, to conjure light and fire, to transform and enchant. What would it be like, he wondered, to wield such power, to feel the magic coursing through him, responding to his every thought and desire. He picked it up, feeling a tingle of power running through his fingers. He waved it experimentally. Sparks flew from the tip, and a feather on a nearby desk rose into the air, hovering for a moment before settling back down. Mopsy's heart raced with joy and fear. He was doing magic, like the wizards. It was everything he had ever dreamed of, and yet he knew it was forbidden. House elves were not meant to wield wands, to learn the spells of wizards. But the lure for him was too strong. Night after night, Mopsy crept from his bed and explored the castle, learning whatever he could from the previous day's lessons. He practiced wand movements in the transfiguration room, whispered incantations in the halls of the astronomy tower, and in the kitchens, while he was working, he began to experiment with his new knowledge. He would slip small charms into the dishes he prepared, enchantments to make the flavors brighter, the textures more appealing. It was subtle magic, barely noticeable, but it filled Mopsy with a sense of pride and purpose. One night, inside the potions room, lost in his forbidden imaginings, Mopsy didn't hear the soft footsteps approaching until a shadow fell across the doorway. He spun around, his heart leaping into his throat, as he found himself face to face with another house elf. It was Gribble, his face a maze of wrinkles, his eyes sharp and penetrating beneath his bristling brows. For a moment, he simply stared at Mopsy, his expression unreadable. "You shouldn't be here," Gribble said at last, his voice low. It was not a threat, but a simple statement of fact. Mopsy swallowed hard, fighting the urge to flee. I wanted to. He trailed off, unable to put his yearning into words. Gribble sighed, a sound that seemed to carry the weight of centuries. I know what you wanted, he said, moving to sit on one of the desks. I've seen it before. That hunger in your eyes, that itch in your fingers, the need to reach out and touch the magic that surrounds us to make it your own. Mopsy said nothing, but he could feel his cheeks burning in the darkness. There was another one like you once, Gribble continued, his gaze distant, as if seeing into the depths of memory. He too dreamed of doing magic like a wizard, holding a wand, rising above his station. He used to sneak into the library night by night, poring over ancient books, whispering the words of power in the shadows. Despite himself, Mopsy leaned forward, his curiosity overcoming his fear. What happened to him? He asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. Gribble's face hardened, his eyes glinting like chips of flint. The magic consumed him, he said, each word heavy. It twisted his body and warped his mind, until there was nothing left of the elf he had been. Now, they say he is a creature of the shadows, a monster that haunts the forgotten places of the castle. Some call him the Shadow Elf. Some are too scared to even speak his name. A chill ran down Mopsy's spine, a primal dread that seemed to coil in the very marrow of his bones. He had heard whispers of the Shadow Elf before, dark tales uttered by the older elves when they thought no one was listening, but he had always dismissed them as mere legend. Stories told to frighten the young and keep them in their place. You must put these thoughts from your mind, young Mopsy, Gribble said, his tone softening slightly. The path of magic is not for us. It leads only to ruin and despair. We elves have our own laws and our own magic. Mopsy wanted to argue, to protest that surely there must be another way. But the words died on his lips as he saw the depth of pain and knowledge in Gribble's gaze. And so, with a heavy heart, Mopsy followed Gribble out of the classroom and back to the dormitory. He lay in his bed until dawn, his little mind awhirl with conflicting thoughts and emotions. The warning of the Shadow Elf chilled him to his very core, but it could not entirely extinguish the spark of yearning that smouldered within him. In the days that followed, Mopsy tried to push the forbidden thoughts from his mind. So he threw himself into his work in the kitchens, finding solace in the familiar rhythms of cooking and cleaning. But even as his hands went about their tasks, his mind would still wander to the wands and spell books, to the tantalizing whisper of magic that seemed to linger just beyond his reach. And so, almost without realizing it, Mopsy began to experiment once again. A whispered incantation over a bubbling pot, a subtle enchantment woven into the crust of a pie. They were small magics, hardly worthy of the name, but they filled him with a fierce, secret joy. In these stolen moments, he could imagine himself as a wizard, a wielder of power and knowledge. He told himself that it was harmless, that a little kitchen magic could surely do no great evil. He had tasted magic, and he could not just go back to a life of mundane servitude all the time. And soon Mopsy got more confident. And so, on the fateful night, Mopsy prepared the evening meal. He poured all of his skill and power into a single grand enchantment, a spell that would imbue the food with a magic beyond anything he had attempted before, a magic that would transform who ate it, granting them strength and vitality, wisdom and clarity of mind. As he whispered the final words of the incantation, Mopsy felt a surge of power rush through him, a wild, exhilarating energy that set his body trembling. Food before him glowed with an otherworldly light, pulsing and shimmering with barely contained magic. With a triumphant grin, Mopsy sent the enchanted dishes floating up to the great hall, imagining the looks of wonder and delight that would soon grace the faces of the students and teachers. He could picture them now, marveling at the extraordinary flavors, the sudden rush of power and knowledge that would flood their beings. But Mopsy's dream of glory quickly turned to nightmare as the screams began to echo through the castle. Screams of terror, of agony, of minds and bodies twisted beyond recognition by the wild, uncontrolled magic that coursed through them. In the great hall, chaos reigned as those who had tasted Mopsy's cooking found themselves transformed into monstrous hybrids, their forms melding and warping in grotesque, impossible ways. Students sprouting tentacles, teachers melted into pools of gibbering sentient ooze. The air was filled with the stench of corruption and the cacophony of suffering. Mopsy, huddled in the kitchens, could only listen in horror as the magnitude of his mistake crashed down upon him. He had not brought joy and enlightenment, but madness and despair. In his pride and folly, he had unleashed a plague upon Hogwarts, a twisted mockery of the magic he had so desperately sought to master. As the screams of the afflicted echoed through the halls and the teachers struggled to contain the unfolding horror, Mopsy knew that his transgression would not go unanswered. He had brought the wrath of the wizards down upon himself and upon all of elf kind. The next day, Mopsy found himself in the corridor outside the elf council chamber. It was dark, oppressive. The air hung heavy with a sense of foreboding. Mopsy stood before the ancient wooden door, his heart pounding in his chest and his palms slick with sweat. He had never been summoned before the Council of Elves before, but he knew all too well the gravity of his transgression. With a deep breath, Mopsy pushed the door and stepped inside. The chamber was a vast circular room, its walls lined with tapestries depicting the history of elf kind. In the center were the members of the council, their faces stern and unreadable. At the head of the council sat Eldrin, the oldest and most respected of the elves. His eyes were like chips of flint, his features carved from ancient stone. He fixed Mopsy with a piercing gaze. "Mopsy," he began, his voice grave. "You stand accused of practicing magic beyond your station, of unleashing chaos and suffering upon Hogwarts. What have you to say for yourself?" Mopsy swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he spoke. I didn't mean for this to happen. I only wanted to learn, to be more than just a servant." Eldrin's eyes narrowed. "You dare to speak of learning, of rising above your place? Such thoughts are dangerous, Mopsy. They lead only to ruin and despair. Elves have their own ways. We have our own magic." He leaned forward, his voice taking a haunted tone. "Have you not heard the tale of the elf who dared to dream of wizard magic? Who sought power beyond his ken, and became the creature we know as the Shadow Elf?" Mopsy's blood ran cold at the mention of the dreaded name. The Shadow Elf. The cautionary tale whispered to frighten young and keep them in their place. That elf was consumed by magic, Eldrin continued. It twisted him, body and mind, until there was nothing left of the elf he had been. And now, his dark legacy lives on. Mopsy felt a wave of horror and guilt crash over him. The great hall lay in ruins, students and teachers alike transformed into grotesque parodies of themselves. Even Madame Pomfrey, with all her skill, could not undo the damage he had wrought. Some students may never recover, Eldrin said, his voice heavy with sorrow and anger. They lie in the hospital wing, disfigured, their lives forever blighted by your transgression. Tears streamed down Mopsy's face, his shoulders shaking with silent sobs. He had no words, no defense against the terrible weights of his actions. There can only be one punishment for such a crime, Eldrin declared. Banishment. A gasp ran through the chamber. Banishment, the harshest sentence the council could impose, a fate reserved for only the most grievous of offenders. Mopsy, from this day forth, you are exiled to the darkest, most dangerous corners of Hogwarts, Eldrin intoned. You will clean and toil in forgotten places, the haunted halls and cursed chambers, and you will be banished in solitude and shame, a testament to the price of your arrogance. With that, the council session ended. The elves filed out of the chamber, their faces grim, and their eyes averted from Mopsy's broken form. As Mopsy was led away by the guards, his mind reeled with the enormity of his punishment. A life of exile and darkness in the shadows of Hogwarts, cut off from the kitchens, from the only world he had ever known. But even in the depths of his despair, a tiny flicker of hope kindled his heart. Out there, in the shadows of Hogwarts, perhaps he might find a way to master the magic that still called to him. It was a desperate, foolish dream, but it was all he had left, the only light in the bleak expanse of his future. And so, as he descended into the bowels of the castle, Mopsy clung to that fragile hope, that ember of defiance. He would survive this exile, this darkness, and somehow, someday, he would find a way to prove them all wrong, he thought. Mopsy felt the darkness pressing in on him as he descended deeper into the forgotten bowels of Hogwarts. The air grew colder, damper. the stone walls slick with moisture and choked with cobwebs. The only light came from the flickering torch he carried, its meager glow barely penetrating the gloom. As he trudged through the winding, narrow passages, Mopsy couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. Shadows seemed to shift in the corners of his vision, and the echo of his footsteps sounded unnaturally loud in the oppressive silence. The passages twisted and turned, leading him into chambers filled with strange, rusted contraptions and piles of ancient, mouldering books. Mopsy's heart raced as he imagined what dark secrets might be contained within their crumbling pages. Suddenly, a sound echoed through the darkness, a low, guttural growl that made Mopsy's blood run cold. He froze, his ears straining to pick out the source of the noise. There, in the shadows of a carnivorous room, something moved. A hulking shape, all matted fur and gleaming teeth, its eyes glinting with a feral, hungry light. Mopsy's breath caught in his throat as the beast stalked forward, its claws scraping against the stone floor. He stumbled backwards, his mind racing as he tried to remember any scrap of defensive magic he had learned. But before he could act, a bolt of sickly green light shot out from the darkness, striking the beast in the side. It let out a hideous shriek, its body convulsing as the spell coursed through it. Mopsy spun around, trying to locate the source of the magic, but a sharp blow to the back of his head sent him crashing to the ground. Stars exploded across his vision, and then everything went black. When he came to, Mopsy found himself chained to a chair in a dimly lit chamber. The air was thick with the stench of decay and dark magic, and the walls seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy. "Well, well," a voice rasped from the shadows. "What have we here?" Mopsy's heart nearly stopped as a figure emerged from the darkness. It was an elf, but unlike any he had ever seen. Its skin was ashen and wrinkled, its eyes sunken and glowing with an eerie, otherworldly light. Dark robes hung from its emaciated frame, and its long, claw-like fingers were wrapped around a gnarled staff. A little elfling, lost in the dark, the figure mused, its voice a sinister whisper. How delightful. Mopsy's mouth went dry, as he realized who or what he was facing. The Shadow Elf. The dark legend made flesh. What do you want with me? He stammered, his voice shaking with terror. The Shadow Elf grinned, revealing a mouthful of rotting, jagged teeth. Oh, I think you know, little one, it hissed, leaning in close. I've been watching you, Mopsy. I've seen the magic that burns within you. I've seen the hunger for power that consumes your thoughts. Mopsy shook his head desperately, tears streaming down his face. No, he choked out. I've never wanted this. I only wanted to learn, to be more than just a servant. The Shadow Elf's eyes glinted with a cruel, knowing light. But that's always how it starts, isn't it? It purred. A little knowledge, a taste of power. And then, before you know it, you're consumed by it, twisted into something else. It reached out, its cold, dead fingers brushing against Mopsy's cheek. I can teach you, Mopsy, it whispered, its voice a seductive poison. I can show you the true depths of magic, the secrets that the wizards and the elves have hidden away. All you have to do is embrace the darkness. Just let it into your heart. Mopsy recoiled, his stomach churning with revulsion. But even as he shrank from the Shadow Elf's touch, a small, traitorous part of his mind couldn't help but be intrigued by its words. The secrets of magic, the power he had always dreamed of. Could it really be within his grasp? Or was this just another trap? Another cruel twist in the nightmare his life had become? As he hung there in the darkness, chained and helpless, Mopsy felt the weight of his exile, his punishment pressing down on him. But perhaps, in the twisted depths of the Shadow Elf's lair, he might find the key to his salvation, or his damnation. The choice, it seemed, was his to make. The Shadow Elf circled Mopsy like a predator, its sunken eyes glinting with a malevolent hunger. Mopsy shivered, the chains biting into his skin as he strained against his bonds. You have potential, little elf, the Shadow Elf rasped, its voice like the scraping of dead leaves. I can feel the magic pulsing within you, raw and untamed. With the right training, you could become a force to be reckoned with. Mopsy's heart raced. The Shadow Elf's words were like poisoned honey, tempting and deadly. We are not so different, you and I, the creature said. We both yearn for something more than a life of servitude. The shackles of tradition that bind our kind. It leaned in close, its breath cold and foul against Mopsy's face. You might know me as the Shadow Elf, it whispered. My real name is Morin. I was once like you, young, curious, filled with dreams of a better life for our people. I served on the Council of Elves, respected and admired by all. He began to pace, his robe swirling around his frame. But I knew that true change could never come from within the rigid confines of elf society. We needed an ally, someone who could bridge the gap between our world and the world of wizards. Mopsy listened, transfixed, as Morin spun his tale. Morin told him how Albus Dumbledore, the great wizard and headmaster, had sensed the power within him and had taken Morin under his wing. Morin told him how together they had planned to go to the Ministry of Magic to advocate for the rights and freedom of elf kind. But the elders, the traditionalists of the elves, they couldn't abide the thought of change. Morin spat, his face contorting with ancient anger. They feared the disruption of the old ways, and so they banished me, condemned me to the shadows, to be a cautionary tale for any elf who dared to dream of something more. But my exile has not been in vain, Morin said, a fierce light burning in his eyes. In the darkness, I have honed my craft, mastered magics beyond the ken of any elf or wizard. And now, with you by my side, we can finish what I started all those years ago. He extended a gnarled hand, the skin like ancient parchment. Let me teach you, Mopsy, he urged. Let me show you the true potential of elves. Together, we can break the chains that bind us and forge a new world from the ashes of the old. Mopsy hesitated, fear and temptation warring within him. To accept Morin's offer was to step into the unknown, to embrace the very darkness he had been taught to fear. But the thought of the students, twisted and suffering from his magical mishap, weighed heavily upon his conscience. If Morin could help him undo the damage, if his power could be used for good. Slowly, trembling, Mopsy reached out and took Morin's hand. The Shadow Elf's grip was cold and strong, and Mopsy felt a surge of dark energy through him at the contact. And so, in the depths of Hogwarts' forgotten places, Mopsy's true education began. Under Morin's tutelage, he delved into magics both wondrous and terrible, learning spells and techniques that no elf had ever dreamed of. Mopsy and Morin crept through the darkened halls of Hogwarts, their footsteps echoing softly on the stone floors. The castle was eerily silent. In the hospital wing, the transformed students lay in their beds, their bodies twisted and warped by the wild magic of Mopsy's mishap. Madame Pomfrey had done her best, but even her considerable skills were not enough to undo the damage. Morin surveyed the scene, his sunken eyes glinting with determination. "We must work quickly," he murmured. "The magic that afflicts them is strong, but not unbreakable." Mopsy nodded, his heart pounding with a mixture of fear and excitement. Together, they began to weave their magic, their voices rising and falling in an ancient, haunting chant. Mopsy could feel the power coursing through him, dark and intoxicating, as he shaped their energies to his will. Slowly, painfully, the students began to change. Twisted limbs straightened, distorted features smoothed back to their original forms, tentacles disappearing. It was a grueling, exhausting process, but Mopsy refused to let his concentration waver. They were so focused on their task that they didn't hear the approaching footsteps until it was too late. A blast of red light shot out from the doorway, striking Morin in the chest and sending him crumpling to the ground. Mopsy spun around, a defensive spell on his lips, but a second stunner caught him before he could cast. When he came to, Mopsy awoke in a familiar place, the council chamber of the elves. He was bound, and kneeling on the stone-cold floor, Morin beside him in a similar state. The elders of the council loomed over them, their faces grim and their eyes hard. "Mopsy," Eldrin intoned, his voice dripping with contempt. "You dare to return here after all you have done, and in the company of this creature." He gestured to Morin, his lip curling in disgust. Mopsy's heart raced, but he forced himself to meet Eldrin's gaze. "We came to undo the harm I caused," he said, his voice shaking but determined. "To heal the students and to challenge the way things have always been." A murmur ran through the council, a mix of shock and outrage. "You would dare to question our ways," another elder demanded. "To align yourself with this shadow elf, this bringer of ruin?" Mopsy took a deep breath. This had been the moment he had been dreading, but also the moment he had been preparing for. "His name is Morin," he said, his little voice growing stronger. "And he is not the monster you have made him out to be. He is a visionary, a champion of elf rights and freedom, and he should be allowed to return to his rightful place among us." The chamber erupted in chaos, elves shouting and gesticulating wildly. "Blasphemy!" Eldrin roared, his face purple with rage. "You would bring this corrupted being back into our midst and overturn centuries of tradition? I will see you both exiled for this, cast out forever from elf society." But before Eldrin could make good on his threat, a new voice cut through the din. "I'm afraid that won't be possible, Eldrin." Every head turned to the entrance of the chamber, and there, standing tall and serene, was Albus Dumbledore himself. His blue eyes twinkled behind his half-moon spectacles, but there was a steely resolve in his gaze. "Dumbledore?" Eldrin sputtered, his anger giving way to confusion. "What is the meaning of this intrusion?" Dumbledore smiled, but there was no warmth in it. "I am here to invoke the ancient laws of the elves," he said calmly. "Laws which state that any elf, no matter the crime, may return to their people after a certain span of years. And by my reckoning, Morin's exile ended long ago." He turned to face the council, his voice growing stern. "Moreover, I believe it is high time that this body considered the proposal that Morin and I brought before you all those years ago. The proposal to grant elves their freedom, to to allow them to choose their own paths in life. A stunned silence fell over the chamber. Mopsy's heart soared with hope, even as he saw the elders' faces darken with anger and fear. And let us not forget, Dumbledore continued, the great service that Mopsy and Morin have done for Hogwarts this night. They have healed the students and the teachers, undone a great wrong. Surely such actions are worthy of celebration, not condemnation. He smiled again, a twinkle in his eye. Perhaps, in light of this, the elves of Hogwarts might consider expanding their roles, working alongside Madame Pomfrey in the hospital wing, using their unique magics to help and to heal. It would be a noble calling, and a step towards the brighter future we all seek. Mopsy held his breath, hardly daring to hope. The council was silent, the elders exchanging glances heavy with meaning. Finally, Eldrin spoke, his voice heavy with reluctance. The wizard speaks wisdom, he admitted. Morin's exile has indeed run its course, and his actions this night, alongside young Mopsy, cannot be ignored. He turned to face Morin, his expression unreadable. You may return to us, he said formally, and your proposal and Dumbledore's will be given the consideration it deserves. Morin bowed his head, a single tear trickling down his weathered cheek. Thank you, Eldrin, he whispered. You will not regret this chance at a new beginning. As the bindings fell away from Mopsy's wrists, he felt a wave of emotion almost overwhelming in its intensity. Joy, relief, vindication, and a sense of purpose unlike any he had ever known. The road ahead would not be easy. Centuries of tradition and prejudice could not be undone in a single night. But for the first time, he allowed himself to hope, to dream of a world where elves and wizards could stand side by side as equals. And as he looked at Morin, the pride and determination shining in the old elf's eyes, Mopsy knew that he had found more than just a teacher or even a friend. He had found a true leader, a visionary who would guide their people into a bright and shining future. The dawn was coming, and with it a new era of elf kind. And Mopsy would be there to see it. Every step of the way. The halls of the Ministry of Magic lay veiled in evening shadows as Aura Elara Dawson made her way to the late wizard's office. Though the torches flickered low, their firelight glinted off the golden ministry emblem embossed on each heavy oak door Elara passed. The clacking echo of her boots broke the tomb-like silence that shrouded these empty corridors at night. Upon arriving at the end of the hall, Elara lifted her illuminated wand tip to the door plate. Magical portraits and records to vision. The slab of wood creaked open. Inside, flecks of gold leaf glimmered amidst the office's somber hues. Mahogany walls, Persian rug of navy and burgundy, the cherry wood desk where the wizard's body now slumped motionless. Dark spatters stained the front of his plum velvet robes. Elara circled the heavy-set frame of Armando Basil, senior records keeper, examining his desk and body for clues. The only break in the office's meticulous order was a painting on the far wall, depicting an aged wizard gazing back at her. But as Elara studied those lifelike brushstrokes, the portrait gave a shudder and stilled. Its subject appearing just as dead as the man at the desk. Strange, Elara thought. For a portrait to lose its animation so completely, she swept her wand around the room, muttering detection charms that filled the air with scattering gold and sparks, yet revealed no traces of dark magic. Perplexed but dedicated to uncovering the truth, Elara settled in to await the investigative team. Thoughts swirling around the twin mysteries that lay before her. The two figures frozen in death. Their secrets still held fast in shadow. A rap at the door announced Senior Aura, Gareth Haynes. Report, Aura Dawson. Elara summarized her efforts, admitting the lack of progress. No sign of foul play yet, but something seems off. Why hasn't the ministry announced Basil's death? High-profile cases usually warrant public alerts in the Daily Prophet at least. Haynes clasped his hands behind his back. The minister insists on absolute discretion regarding Basil's passing. His eyes flicked to the lifeless portrait. Best we keep speculation quiet for now. Elara bristled at the circumvention of protocols but respected Haynes's wisdom. After he departed, she turned the conversation to the portrait. Looking closely, she could see the name of the artist, E. Grimshaw. Over the next few days, Elara encountered more obstacles. Simple requests for Basil's travel logs and schedule were denied, or disappeared into the bowels of the ministry bureaucracy. Each dead end eroded her trust. But she did learn from a statement that Basil's wife had said he had worked increasingly late nights at the ministry those last few weeks. She tried another avenue. Determined, she buried herself in genealogical archives until a single reference emerged on Grimshaw, an artist imprisoned in Azkaban 40 years prior for creating dangerous magical portraits. However, she even found it difficult to access Grimshaw's records. Everywhere she turned, she hit a brick wall. She then requested a list of prisoners detained in Azkaban. A moment later, a memo fluttered back. She scanned through the list of prisoners and saw the name marked E. Grimshaw. Elara now knew who might reveal answers. Gathering her wand and cloak, Aura Dawson departed to seek truths only Elias Grimshaw might provide. The sea churned slate grey as Elara's chartered boat crossed the swelling waves. In the distance, Azkaban rose from jagged rocks, its cracked towers like hungry stone fangs waiting to devour hope. Even magicked barriers couldn't mute the dread as howls echoed from those impenetrable walls. Shivering, Elara disembarked, one hand on the trunk containing the mysterious portrait. Its weight seemed to increase with each reluctant step as she entered the fortress. The chill from the walls seeped deeper than skin or bone. Torch flames guttered low along the maze of corridors. All was mildew, rust, and wretched cries. The guards led Elara downward to a door barred with black iron. The high security wing, one muttered. Dementors float by often enough. You better watch out. He refused to escort her any further. Alone now, Elara whispered, Lumos, and stared at the sign on the locked gate. Dangerous detainees. Her heart raced, but she'd come too far to falter. Steadying herself, she stepped into the passage beyond. The inmates here were utterly still, but for fleeting movements behind bars. Eyes gleamed from sunken faces at Elara's approach. The criminal magic of this place crept into her bones until finally she got to the end cell. Answers lay in this cell. Answers heavy as the portrait in her trunk and the darkness surrounding her. Gripping her wand tighter, Elara went to meet the artist of Azkaban. Hunched on a dingy cot, Elias Grimshaw seemed merged with the shadows. Grey, stubbled face bent over a stretched canvas in front of him. As Elara's wand light pierced the gloom, he looked up, eyes gleaming from sunken sockets. His hands were smudged in pigments that also streaked his ragged clothes. Half-finished portraits surrounding glared or gazed back. Portraits of witches and wizards rendered in chaotic, lifelike style. "We don't get visitors here," he rasped, voice rough with disuse. When she introduced herself as an aura, Elias cackled. "An officer of the law, gracing decrepit old Elias. To what do I owe such an honor?" Elara cleared her throat, unnerved by mocking eyes following her around the cell. "I hoped you might explain your painting methods. How do you capture such vitality?" Elias snatched up his brush, mixing oils, burnt umber, sulphur yellow, crimson like clotted blood. With his offhand, he drew his wand, murmuring a charm. A brush came out from the end of his wand. He then held it upwards. "You want to watch old Elias work his stained magic, hmm?" With sharp gestures, he commanded the enchanted wand to brush violent curves across the canvas. "They toss me random tack, hog hair and wood scraps." His voice adopted a fey lilt. "But oh, the materials Elias yearns for. It's the personal touches, my dear." His tongue flicked out, lips drawing back from yellowed teeth. That's the secret, you see. The essence binder in my paintings. The blood, the spit. Bristles dripped carmine as he crafted a partified, hollowed-eyed face. I paint the blood of a wizard into my art. Hence, I paint their souls into my art. Miss Alara. Around them, facets emerged from pigment-smeared images, watching, haunting. Were those portraits or prison bars? Alara's instincts screamed to flee this mad realm, but she stood transfixed as Elias cackled, plunging his nightmare visions onto canvas after canvas. Shadows draped Elias's hunched frame where he perched on a rust-eaten stool. Alara cleared her throat. Pardon me, but are you familiar with Armando Basil, the Ministry Records keeper? Without glancing up, Elias gave a raspy chuckle. Lass, the only Ministry folk I know now are the rats and roaches that scurry these cells at night. He tapped his temple. 40 years of Azkaban. Scrub your social calendar clean. I see. Well, I'm investigating Basil's recent murder. From her satchel, Alara withdrew the portrait, considering how best to broach the subject. She moved closer to the bars. Elias's piercing eyes flicked up to assess her. This portrait hung in Basil's office. It was disturbed when he was found dead 3 nights ago. The wizard in the portrait completely dead. She turned the painting towards Elias. With a snort, Elias dropped his gaze back to the oils and powders, clotting his hands. Lass, the faces I paint blend together after a while. His words trailed off as Alara pushed the canvas closer, patience fraying. With a grumble, the prisoner wiped his hands and accepted the portrait. Alara studied his craggy features as Elias examined the painting in the guttering torchlight. She saw the exact moment of recognition flooding his eyes. They widened, pupils shrinking as his face blanched beneath the scraggly beard. Shackled hands began to tremble, the canvas shaking. No, it cannot be. This is my painting, but I've never seen one like. Elias trailed off, slowly pivoting to face the back wall of his cell. a low moan building in his throat. He sank down against the grimy stones, still clutching the painting, one dirt-caked finger tracing the contorted face captured mid-scream. Elara hesitated, debating whether to interrupt his distress. But answers waited behind the prisoner's haunted gaze. She had to push forward. She asked him gently, "You recognize the wizard in the portrait?" "I knew that poor soul's name, yes," Elias confessed in an agonized undertone. "But creating him in oil and brushstroke has marked us both for dire fates." Recoiling from the painted face, Elias gripped tighter to the painting. "The walls themselves may betray us here. You must lean closer to me, lass." Elara moved tight towards the bars. Elias walked towards her. Now they were face to face. Years ago, a shadow faction inside the Ministry of Magic approached me about my talents. My magic that crudely echoes through my portraits. They aimed to exploit such power for their personal agendas. I had no choice. I've been creating portraits for this shadow government from this very cell. Swallowing hard, Elias revealed the threats and vile bargains. Certain portraits were now spying upon critical Ministry of Magic rooms, feeding insider secrets to advance this covert group's goals. They care nothing for laws, only power plays and dangerous knowledge held over adversaries. What their ultimate goal is, I don't know, but I can tell you it won't be any good. I shouldn't be saying this. They'll be listening. Elias searches Lara's gaze beseechingly. Even Hogwarts houses host bewitched portraits, parroting private conversations to my enemies. Elara whispered back, "But how does this explain Basil's death? And why is the wizard in your portrait dead?" "They wanted me to create a similar portrait to the one that put me in Azkaban. You see, Miss Elara, I can give the portraits the power to cast a few spells. Only a few. The magic in the mixture of paint and blood can only last so long. After the portraits cast their spells, the wizard or witch in the portrait dies." Elias choked up, tears in his eyes. "My work, my beautiful work dies." Elara looked at him in shock and disbelief. "You mean your portrait? It killed Basil?" Shutting his eyes against painful memories, Elias revealed his most recent commission. The portrait bespelled to harness deadly magic. "They gave me no name but this face and traces of his blood for my paint." He turned the painting towards Elara once more. "Yes, my portrait must have killed Basil. But this means that Basil must have stumbled on to their plot. He must have been close to exposing this shadow government. It's the only reason they would have commissioned me to make such a painting." Gripping her hands, Elias whispered urgently, "You tread a razor's edge investigating this case, lass. You must expose these vipers before others meet fates akin to the Records Keeper, or worse." Cold dread trickled down Elara's spine at the prisoner's ominous words. She had come anticipating a killer, only to land amidst a secret war for the Ministry of Magic's very soul. Fresh determination stealing her nerves, she gently urged, "Please, tell me more of these shadow factions secretly pulling strings within the Ministry's walls." Elara's pulse was still hammering from Elias's dark revelations when a sound snatched her attention. Faint scratching from the far corner of the cell. She turned with a gasp. One of Elias's many portrait subjects had stirred to life. A wide-eyed warlock painted in a nightscape. As Elara froze beneath the portrait wizard's unblinking stare, Elias grabbed her wrist, his own eyes narrowing. "Stand clear of whatever phantom takes from here, lass." The scratching intensified as the warlock's hands twisted in intricate gestures. Elara scarcely had time to obey Elias's warning before jagged lightning erupted from the canvas itself. The warlock had cast a spell. Elara crashed aside, feeling heat blister her cheek. As the spell exploded, Elias's caught in a violent hail of smoking feathers. Twisting up from her painfully sprawled legs, Elara watched in horror as the warlock summoned another barrage with fingers now burned black. But abruptly, the smoking digits convulsed, sloughing away in ashes that spread rapidly across the rest of the painted form. Within moments, the illusion peeled away completely from the portrait's bared backing. In the echoing aftermath, All Alara could hear was her own frantic breathing and Elias's low cursing. As he helped her stand on unsteady feet, she pressed her fingertips against her stinging cheek. They came away bloody, a mere echo wielding traces of the warlord magic preserved in paint and varnish. Elias bit off, glaring accusations at the now empty canvas. I told you they were listening. They know you are here. But clear as any speech, the message comes from those serpents yet holding my leash. Gripping Alara's wrist with sudden urgency, his eyes pleaded with hers. This attack was a warning, lass. You've stirred a nest of vipers who'll strike at any threat to their secrets. Tread carefully in the ministry's den, or share my fate they aim to ensure. The prisoner's dire secrets and the assassination attempt had shattered her faith. The ministry she served now resembled a den of serpents. She thought back on the case's strange obstructions. Doors closed against inquiries, misdirection from superiors. At the time, it had merely puzzled her. But recalled through the lens of Elias's story, the veiled hostility took on sinister shades. They had aimed to stifle her investigation, keep their secrets buried. Instead, her persistence had stirred the shadow faction to bare its fangs directly. And if Elias spoke the truth, this ran deeper than cover-ups or scapegoats. This was a vice slowly closing upon the ministry itself, throttling justice for darker purpose. Quiet fury kindled in Alara's chest, burning through the lingering pain and fear. She had pledged her career, her very life, to protecting the wizarding world. Could she walk away now, willfully blinding herself from this corruption? Lifting her head, Alara sought Elias's gaze. The dangers now stand clearer thanks to you, she said quietly. And I mean to drag this ugly truth into light, along with any who stand against that cause. She stood, muscles taut with fresh resolve. This had become more than solving a mere murder. This was a crusade to hold the ministry back from the brink. And she would see it done, or die trying. The next morning, Alara hurried to the records office. Yesterday's revelations kindling each step. The ministry now felt different around her. But she pulled up sharply at the sight of her boss, Gareth Haynes, exiting Basil's office, clasping the hands of Basil's widow, now crying, walking past Alara down the corridor. Unease stirred as Alara watched her pass. She then approached Haynes. "Sir, the Basil case. Certain strange aspects suggest need for further inquiry. Might we discuss?" But Haynes silenced her politely. "The matter is settled. I've ruled poor Armando took his own life by misadventure." He sighed heavily. A tragedy of secrets and inner demons hounding that poor man. Now we need to leave his grieving family in peace. Alara followed Haynes in shock to his office, her zeal for revelation tempered by his jarring news. Had she misjudged the shadows within the ministry in her haste? Haynes gestured for her to sit, before sliding a folded newspaper across the desk with official documents. Alara sank into the chair as the Daily Prophet's bold headline assaulted her. Despondent ministry records keeper takes own life. As she scanned the detailed description of Basil's supposed mental decline, Haynes summarized gently. "I tried to advise you against needless speculation earlier, my dear. Sometimes the full truth only brings more pain when past scars run too deep." He placed a copy of the psychological evaluation and ministry accident ruling before her. Alara looked between them and her superior, clarity crumbling by the moment. The analysis echoed the prophet's narrative unraveling. Depression, unhealthy obsessions. Both concluded Basil had used his access to artifacts to engineer his own elaborate demise. Misadventure by enchanted amulet, it seems. Likely some family heirloom not properly registered, Haynes recounted. The poor sod probably thought staging a mystery might save his reputation or his family's. Haynes squeezed Alara's shoulder, his eyes full of paternal sympathy. Not all investigations end with neat answers or culprits to blame. Sometimes we can only stand witness to tragedy and try preventing the next lost soul from meeting such an end. Lara lowered the damning report with shaking hands. She had hit so many dead ends this past week. But was that truly obscurity at play, or her own desperate grasping for external evil, rather than accept a broken man's final demons? Had she dragged an innocent prisoner into wild conspiracy to avoid that painful truth, that sometimes justice came too late? Alara sat in numb silence. Basil's suicide ruling cold in her hands. She thought of all she had learned from Azkaban prisoner Elias Grimshaw. Vile secrets suggesting conspiracy ran rife within the ministry walls. Finally, she raised her head. Sir, the prisoner alleged hidden factions manipulating justice for personal gain. Having witnessed obstruction myself, I believe investigation into such accusation warrants. Haynes raised his hand, his look turning stern. Tread carefully, voicing wild tales, spun by men locked in cells half their lives. Opening a thick folder, he spread psychological reports across his desk. Elias Grimshaw, resident 30 years for acts of madness and murder. Haynes gestured at clinical accounts of hallucinations, paranoid ramblings. His disease is long documented, my dear. Tell me true, is the testimony of a confined lunatic worth sullying Basil's good name? Laura traced shaking hands over page after page, showing Grimshaw's supposed descent into violence and delirium. Had she let a deranged man manipulate her trust? Had she invented connections from scattered shadows simply to avoid truth too ordinary to accept? She remembered the inmate's feverish eyes alive with dark fervor, his cramped cell papered in disturbing portraits. With dawning unease, she wondered which of them had truly lost their grasp on reason and reality. Later, in her dim office, a tap on the door broke Alara's hollow silence. She blinked up at her superior hovering in the threshold, his smile not reaching his eyes. We all lose our way chasing shadows sometimes, Haynes said gently. I've brought you a present. I knew how much you liked it. Just a little something to brighten you up, he declared, raising up a portrait. In his hands was the portrait she had brought to Azkaban. Elias's portrait that used to hang in Basil's office. However, the disturbed portrait concealing the unknown wizard was now staring out at Alara, no longer dead, freshly painted. I'm sure Basil won't mind you having this. Taking out his wand, Haynes levitated the painting to hang prominently on her wall. But his smile remained taut as he turned to depart. Fascinating piece, isn't it? He gripped her shoulder tightly. Too tightly, she thought. We all lose our way chasing shadows sometimes. No more wild conspiracy theories, though, yes? Best leave the past buried, my dear. for your own good. The door clicked shut, leaving Alara alone with the painting subject, probing her with that penetrating gaze. She shuddered, remembering prisoner Elias's disturbed dreams about this face. Unease curdling in her gut. Alara realized she had slipped free of one web, only to land in another potentially more deadly. For corruption's fangs left deeper scars than any mere killer's. And she could no longer blindly trust even her nearest allies not to harbor its spreading poison. Staring up at the newly animated portrait, she wondered, was Gareth Haynes one of them?
This is the Wizarding Wireless Network, the voice of magical Britain since 1633. And now, it's time for the Witching Hour with Artemis Nightshade.
Good evening, wanderers of the night. Midnight strikes in Diagon Alley, and the Witching Hour begins. I'm your host, Artemis Nightshade, ready to explore the questions that keep the wizarding world awake. Whether you believe or remain skeptical, all voices are welcome here. Our Flu Network lines are open to all who wish to share their stories, concerns, or observations about our curious magical world. It's a quiet night here in Diagon Alley. I can hear Tom closing up the cauldron below us, though a few patrons are still nursing their final drinks of the evening. The moon is waxing gibbous tonight. Not quite full, but getting there. Perfect weather for strange happenings, wouldn't you say? I've always found there's something special about these hours between midnight and dawn, when most sensible witches and wizards are tucked away in their beds, dreaming of cauldron sails and Quidditch victories. It's when the more unusual elements of our world feel free to emerge. The Daily Prophet Evening Edition reports calm weather across magical Britain, though several readers have written in about unusual astronomical phenomena visible only to magical folk. The Department of Astronomical Anomalies has classified these as routine stellar fluctuations. Make of that what you will. Tonight's broadcast is brought to you by Wizard Whipple's Wand Wax. Tired of your wand losing its spark? Feeling like your spells lack that special something? Try Wizard's Whipple's Wand Wax. Just a small application restores shine and improves spell conductivity by up to 15%. Available at all quality wand makers everywhere. Wizards Whipples, because your wand deserves the best. Okay, a quick glance out the window shows typical midnight scene in the wizarding world, at least according to what passes for typical these days. Diagon Alley shops closed hours ago, though the goblins at Gringotts keep their lamps burning through the night. Those goblins never seem to sleep, do they? The leaky cauldron has just completed last call, with Tom shooing out the stragglers as usual. And I'm noticing that peculiar silver mist that's been hanging around for the past few nights. Probably just autumn weather, though. However, it does seem to move rather purposefully. Several listeners have written in about similar mist in Hogsmeade and parts of magical London. Purely coincidental, I'm sure. The Ministry's Department of Magical Meteorology hasn't issued any advisories at all. And they're always so forthcoming. Okay. As always, our Flu Network lines are open for your calls. Simply toss in a pinch of powder into your fireplace, state your name or chosen alias, and you'll be connected to our studio. I see we already have our first caller of the evening. Let's see who's burning the midnight oil with us tonight. Flu Network Line 1. You're live across the wizarding world.
Hello? Am I connected? Can you hear me, Artemis?
Loud and clear. Who am I speaking with this evening?
It's Herbert Spudmore from Hogsmeade. First-time caller, long-time listener.
Welcome to the witching hour, Herbert. What's keeping you awake tonight?
Well, it's these blasted pixies, Artemis. They've infested my garden shed, and nothing seems to work. I've tried everything in Lockhart's Guide to Household Pests. The immobilizing charm, the repelling potions, even those expensive traps from Weasley's Wizard Wheezes.
Ah, Gilderoy Lockhart's Guide. Tell me, Herbert, did any of his methods work before he took his extended vacation at St. Mungo's?
Not a one. The pixies just laugh at me. Last night, they rearranged all my gardening tools into some sort of sculpture and painted it blue. And they've developed a taste for my prized plums. 3 years of careful breeding ruined.
Cornish pixies are notoriously difficult to remove once they've established a colony. Try mixing powdered doxy eggs with peppermint oil, an old remedy my grandmother swore by. The Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures officially recommends their pest advisory service, of course, but they're usually backlogged by 6 weeks. The ministry's budget cuts to non-essential services have really stretched them thin.
I'll try that mixture tonight. Anything's better than another night of pixie mayhem.
Keep us updated, Herbert. perhaps consider those new ministry-approved steel garden sheds, specifically enchanted against magical pests. Not cheap, but they're certified pixie-proof. Before we take our next call, here's an update from the Quidditch European Championship qualifiers. The Wimborne Wasps pulled off a stunning upset against the Versata Vultures last night, with seeker Tabitha McHavelock catching the snitch after a record-breaking 7-hour match. The Department of Magical Games and Sports issued a statement congratulating both teams while reminding international travelers that unauthorized portkeys remain strictly prohibited, regardless of how desperately you want to attend a qualifying match. Flu Network Line 2, you're live on the Witching Hour.
Is this thing working? Hello? Hello?
No need to shout, madam. We can hear you perfectly.
Oh. Well, I never trust these newfangled communication methods. In my day, we sent proper owls and waited patiently for a response.
And who might you be, caller?
Eudora Witherspoon from Upper Flagley. I've been brewing my own remedies for 73 years, and I've never seen such outrageous prices for standard ingredients. 5 galleons for basic wolfsbane? 5! In my day, it was 5 sickles, and the quality was better too.
Inflation affects us all, Madam Witherspoon, though I must say, after those contaminated ingredient cases last spring, the new ministry regulations on quality control have driven prices up. Safety comes at a cost.
Contaminated ingredients? Poppycock! Just an excuse to line the pockets of these fancy apothecaries in Diagon Alley. My cousin Hepzibah says it's all a conspiracy between the ministry and the suppliers. She has evidence that...
While I'd love to hear your cousin's theories, perhaps we should move on to your specific concern. Is there something particular you're trying to brew?
My special tonic for garden gnomes makes them dizzy so they're easier to catch. But with these prices, I'll be spending more on ingredients than the gnomes do in damage. It's a scandal, I tell you.
Have you considered the ministry's new subsidized ingredient program for senior witches and wizards? Requires some paperwork, naturally, but it might help with those costs. I believe the forms are available at local ministry offices.
More forms? At my age, the last time I filled out ministry paperwork, they lost half of it and sent me a permit for dragon breeding instead of my cauldron inspection certificate.
Well, the system does occasionally have its, quirks. Thank you for calling, Madam Witherspoon. Perhaps try the night market in Nocturne Alley, though I officially recommend only ministry-approved suppliers, of course. And now a word from our sponsors.
Do dark creatures lurk in your garden? Are gnomes ruining your prize-winning flutterby bushes? Then you need Creature Be Gone. Our patented formula repels everything from garden gnomes to grindylows. One spray and watch them flee. Safe for children, pets, and most magical plants. Creature Be Gone, making your garden safe for the whole family. Warning, may cause tentacular to dance uncontrollably. Not recommended for use near sensitive magical flora such as whomping willows or politician-shaped topiaries.
Perhaps Madam Witherspoon should invest in some creature begone. Certainly cheaper than rare potion ingredients these days. Flu Network Line 3. Welcome to the witching hour.
Hello? Artemis? Long-time listener. I'd rather not give my name, if that's all right. I work at the ministry.
Anonymous callers are always welcome here, though I should remind listeners that the ministry's employee communication policy technically requires identification for public statements.
Right, I see. Well, this isn't an official statement, just a personal complaint. It's about these new self-writing quills they've issued to the records department. They're supposed to increase efficiency, but they're driving us absolutely mad.
The ministry's latest efficiency initiative. I've heard mixed reviews.
Mixed? They're an absolute nightmare, Artemis. They've been enhanced to write in triplicate, but sometimes they write different things on each copy, and they occasionally write what you're thinking instead of what you're dictating.
That could lead to some rather interesting official documents.
You have no idea. Broderick in Magical Transportation accidentally filed a report calling the department head a pompous buffskin because he thought that while dictating. But the worst part is, they've enchanted the memos to shout if they're not filed within the hour. The noise is unbearable.
The price of progress, I suppose. Though I'm sure the ministry had the best intentions with this enchantment. Efficiency is important in government work.
Efficiency? It takes twice as long to correct the mistakes. And the shouting memos terrify the office Kneasel so badly, it's been hiding in the ceiling for 3 days.
Well, have you filed a complaint through official channels?
Well, Artemis, that's the irony, isn't it? The complaint forms are now self-writing too. My form somehow transformed into a request for dragon dung fertilizer for the ministry atrium plants.
Perhaps speak directly with magical equipment control. I hear they're quite responsive these days, since that incident with the self-stirring cauldrons that wouldn't stop stirring.
Aye, okay, I'll try that. Just wanted others to know that they're not alone if they're struggling with this new improved equipment.
Thank you for sharing your experience. I'm sure someone from the ministry's public relations office will be contacting our studio shortly, just to remind us about the many benefits of their innovative quill technology. And before we move on to our next segment, here's a brief update from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Auras are advising residents of Diagon Alley and surrounding magical districts to secure all magical items before sleeping, following a series of what they describe as routine overnight disturbances. The ministry spokesman emphasized that these are standard precautions and not related to any specific threat. Isn't it comforting to know that they're always looking out for us? Let's take a short break, and when we return, some rather unusual reports from around magical Britain. Welcome back to the Witching Hour. I'm Artemis Nightshade, keeping you company through the dark hours when the rest of the wizarding world slumbers. Before we continue with your calls, here's a Magical Creatures Watch update. The Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures reports increased hippogriff activity in the Lake District. Several Muggle hikers claim to see flying horses with eagle heads, though the Ministry's Obliviator Squad has successfully modified their memories. Magical residents are advised to secure livestock and avoid eye contact with any unfamiliar flying creatures. The Ministry insists this is merely seasonal migrational behavior and not related to the recent escape of 3 hippogriffs from a private breeding facility in Scotland. A story they initially denied until the Daily Prophet published photographs. Okay, let's get back to some calls. Flu Network Line 1. You're live on the Witching Hour.
Evening there, Artemis. Balthazar here. I run the Tarnished Talon down in Nocturne Alley.
Ah, the rare antiquity shop. I've passed by many a time, though Ministry broadcast regulations prevent me from specifically endorsing Nocturne Alley businesses, of course.
Oh, of course. Listen, now, I'm here because something strange has been happening this past week. Had 3 different customers come in. Don't know each other. Different ages. Different backgrounds. All asking for the exact same thing. Moon-touched silver.
Moon-touched silver. That's an unusual request. Quite rare material. Primarily used in certain astronomical instruments and some ancient ritual objects, if I recall correctly.
You recall correctly, Artemis. Exactly. Not something casual shoppers ask for. But here's the weirdest part. They all came in at exactly 3:33 in the afternoon. All had the same blank expression. They all had the same monotone voice. Asked for it using identical words. I'm quoting here. They all said, "I require moon-touch silver for the coming alignment."
Fascinating timing. The ancients considered 3:33 to be the hour when the veil between worlds is thinnest during daylight. Did you happen to have what they were looking for?
Well, that's just it. I did, Artemis. I did have a small amulet. Ancient piece now. But when the third customer came in yesterday, and I showed it to her, she just stared at it like, and then she said, in that monotone voice, "This is insufficient. The doorway requires more." Then she left without another word.
The doorway. That's strange. Did she elaborate on what doorway she meant?
No, she didn't elaborate, but here's the strangest part. After she left, I examined the amulet and the silver. The silver had turned completely black. And I mean black, Artemis. Kinda like it had been burnt or something, you know. I mean, it's been in perfect condition for 2 centuries. Do you not think that's a peculiar thing now?
Most peculiar indeed. But perhaps just a coincidence, or maybe a new fad among certain magical circles. I'll be curious to see if other merchants report similar experiences. Thank you for sharing, Balthazar. Well, moon-touched silver and doorways. Very interesting. If any other shopkeepers have experienced similar customer behavior, our flue lines are open. It looks like we have someone else trying to get through. Let's see who we have. Flue Network Line 2. You're live across the wizarding world.
Hello? Hello, Artemis? I probably shouldn't give my name. I work night security at Gringotts.
Welcome to the witching hour, anonymous caller. What's on your mind tonight?
Yeah, so it's about the deep vaults. You know, like the oldest vaults. The ones below even the high security section. So, yeah, for the past week I've been hearing sounds coming from down there.
Sounds? What do you mean? What kind of sounds?
Well, it sounds like us singing, I guess, but not in any not in like any language I know. Not gobbledygook, not murmish, nothing I've heard in like 20 years working security now. It only happens during the quiet hours though, around, well, about 3 a.m. and only on this lunar cycle.
I see. Curious. Very curious. Have you reported this to your goblin supervisors?
Well, Artemis, that's the thing. I mean, when I mentioned it to Gornak, the shift manager, he got this strange look. Told me to forget what I heard and never go down to those levels again. Alone, I mean. Then he assigned me to the upper levels only, but last night I saw 3 senior goblins heading down there with silver tools. I've never seen these silver tools before.
Well, goblins have always claimed their deepest vaults predate wizard banking. Perhaps some ancient enchantments are still active down there. Though, it is curious this is happening now. Especially with all these unusual reports.
One more thing, actually. I just remembered, sorry, Artemis. Yesterday morning, when I was ending my shift, I overheard 2 goblins talking about the Silver Awakening and how the cycle returns. When they saw me, they stopped talking about it immediately.
The Silver Awakening. First moon-touched silver, now this. I'm starting to wonder if these incidents are connected. Well, thank you for sharing, and do be careful on your shifts.
Midnight brewing got you feeling sleepy? Can't keep your eyes open for that crucial final stir? Try Wakeful Wizard coffee, with 3 times the caffeine of regular coffee and a hint of invigoration draft. Stay alert all night without the jittery side effects of Pepper Up Potion, available in regular and new extra enlightened strength. For those nights when sleep simply isn't an option, Wakeful Wizard coffee, because sleep is for muggles.
I must admit, I've got a steaming mug of Wakeful Wizard beside me right now. These late-night broadcasts require a little magical assistance, though I'm not sure I'd be too alert if I worked in those deep Gringotts vaults. Let's see, who do we have here? Flu Network Line 3. You're live on the witching hour.
Good evening, Artemis. I work in the Ministry archives. I'd rather not give my name.
Another anonymous Ministry employee. Seems to be a pattern tonight.
We're not supposed to discuss this, but someone needs to know. There are gaps in the historical archives. Entire weeks missing from the records of 1732.
The historical record keeping from the 18th century was notoriously spotty. Wars, magical catastrophes, the Great Dragon Pox epidemic.
I don't think you understand, Artemis. These weren't missing when I started working here 5 years ago. The records existed. I've read them myself. But last month, I went to reference them for a researcher, and they were gone. Complete gap between May 17th and June 21st, 1732. And the indexes have been modified to act as if those records never existed.
That is slightly concerning. Have you asked your supervisors about this?
Well, that's the most disturbing part. When I brought it up to the department head, she got this strange glazed look, and she said the ministry has determined those dates are not relevant to current historical understanding. The next day, she announced my reassignment to the Gobstone Tournament record section. I mean, effectively a demotion.
Well, I'm sure there's a reasonable explanation. Perhaps the records were found to be inaccurate, or were removed for preservation work.
No, because here's what I remember from those missing records. They documented a strange silver mist that appeared in wizarding communities across Britain, and reports of people vanishing, then returning days later with no memory of where they'd been. Sound familiar to anyone?
Silver mist? Like what they've been seeing recently? That is a remarkable coincidence.
I'm telling you, Artemis, it's happening again. And they're hiding it again. I have to go. Sorry. Someone's coming. Just tell people to be careful of the mist.
Well, that was certainly thought-provoking. While I'm sure there's a perfectly reasonable explanation for both the historical gaps and our current meteorological oddities, the parallels are intriguing. Ministry archival practices aside, if anyone else has historical information about similar phenomena from past centuries, I'd be very interested to hear about it. The flue lines remain open. And now, special bulletin from the Department for Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Citizens are advised that the unusual nocturnal behavior of owls, cats, and other magical companion animals is likely due to seasonal changes and poses no cause for concern. The high incidence of pets staring fixedly at empty corners, hissing at shadows, or refusing to enter certain areas should not be interpreted as indicating supernatural activity. The ministry reminds the public that spreading unfounded rumors about paranormal phenomena is unhelpful and potentially destabilizing to the community. Well, I'm sure that puts all our minds at ease, doesn't it? Let's proceed to our next segment after this short break. Welcome back to the witching hour. The time is now 2:30. And if you're just joining us, we've been discussing some rather unusual occurrences around magical Britain. Before we continue, the Department of Magical Transportation has asked me to share this advisory. The Flu Network Authority advises travelers to avoid unnecessary journeys between midnight and 3 a.m. due to scheduled maintenance. Citizens are reminded that any unusual sensations during flu travel should be reported immediately. How considerate of them to perform maintenance during the quietest hours. Okay, let's see, what have we got here? Flu Network Line 1. You're live on the witching hour.
Artemis? It's Tom. It's Tom from downstairs. You need to look out your window.
Tom, you could have just come upstairs rather than using the flue.
Not this time. That mist. It's different tonight. It's seeping under the door of the pub, and I swear it's moving against the wind. Got a strange simmer to it. Never seen anything like it in 40 years of running the cauldron.
I can see it from here, yes. Seems thicker than usual. I'm sure it's just some weather charm gone awry. Perhaps someone at the magical meteorological office experimenting after hours.
Artemis, this ain't no weather charm. The mist, it just formed a perfect circle in the middle of the pub floor. And I swear I can see shapes moving in it. Like shadows but silver. And the cats, all 5 of my mouses are arched up and hissing at it. None of them will go near it.
Fascinating. Well, just perhaps some prankster with an experimental charm. The Weasley shop has been known to test products after hours.
I know a prank when I see one. This is Merlin's beard. Merlin's beard, Artemis. It's starting to glow. I need to... Something just flew off the bar. By itself. The glasses are all... Artemis, I think you should contact the Auror office. This isn't...
Tom? Tom, are you there? Well, it seems we've lost that connection. I'm sure everything is just fine at the Leaky Cauldron here. Tom does enjoy a dramatic story. Comes with the territory of being an innkeeper, I suppose. But if any auras are listening, perhaps a routine check of the premises wouldn't go amiss, purely as a precaution. However, the show must go on. Let's see here. Flu Network, Line 2. You're live on the witching hour. Please speak clearly. We seem to be experiencing some interference.
Good evening, Nightshade. Retired Aura Thaddeus Grimstone here. 30 years with the Ministry's unusual magical phenomena unit. A department they claim never existed.
I wasn't aware the Ministry had such a unit, Mr. Grimstone.
Aye, exactly my point. Officially disbanded in 78. But we were studying things the Ministry didn't want public. They didn't want anyone knowing about it. Including this prophecy from the 1800s about, it was about silver mist. Silver mist that walks. And the thinning between worlds. I kept my files when they shut us down.
Well, that's quite interesting, though I must remind our listeners that unverified prophecies should be taken with a grain
The
of...
prophecy spoke of a 292-year-old cycle. A time when the boundaries between our world and somewhere else grow weak. The last occurrence was in 1732. Simple arithmetic Artemis tells you when the next one is due.
1732. The very year our Ministry archivist mentioned had missing records. That is a remarkable coincidence.
No coincidence. The Ministry knows exactly what's happening. I'm telling you, Artemis, they've always known. The pattern, right? The pattern is always the same. Silver mist appears. People report strange behavior. Objects start moving on their own. Then people start to disappear. And then they come back. Changed.
Changed? Changed how exactly?
Well, it said they look the same. They sound the same. But they're not the same. Their eyes. There's something wrong with their eyes. And it said they all work toward the same purpose. Widening the doorway.
The doorway. Now that phrase keeps coming up tonight. Doorway? To where exactly?
That's what we never determined. But whatever's on the other side, whatever it is, It wants in. And it's using people to... Wait, someone's at my door. At this hour, that's not... Who are you? No, stay back. Your eyes.
Mr. Grimstone, are you there? Well, it seems we've lost another caller. These flu connections are remarkably unstable tonight. I'm sure Mr. Grimstone is fine. Probably just some late-night visitor. Nothing to be concerned about. Perhaps we should hear from our final sponsor of the evening before continuing.
Troubled by dreams of silver figures and doorways? Hearing voices from beyond the veil? Try new Dreamless Sleep Plus, now with additional memory modification elements to ensure you wake refreshed and unconcerned. Ministry approved for all ages, because what you don't remember can't hurt you.
That advertisement sounded a bit off. Our broadcasting charms must be experiencing interference as well. Oh well, it's been a night of technical difficulties, it seems. Oh, I believe I hear someone coming up the stairs. Probably Tom, checking in on things. Though he sounded rather occupied downstairs just moments ago. Well, one last call before we investigate the noise. Let's see here. Flu Network, line 3. You are live on the witching hour.
Listen carefully. I don't have much time. Artemis, I work in the Department of Mysteries. The experiments, they weren't supposed to go this far. We were just studying the phenomenon, not trying to accelerate it.
Experiments? What exactly are you referring to?
Project Silver Door. Right? The Ministry has been researching the doorway since 1732. The incident in 1732. We were supposed to be finding ways to strengthen the boundaries, But someone changed the parameters. They're not trying to close the door anymore. I think they're trying to open it wider.
What? Who would want to do that?
That's the thing, I don't know. But the silver ones have infiltrated high positions. They look just like us. But they serve what's on the other side. The mist is how they travelled between. It's not weather, Artemis. It's their medium of transport. We need to warn everyone to,
Hello? Hello? Are you there? It seems the entire flu network has gone down. Most unusual. The Ministry normally maintains multiple redundancies to prevent complete failure. It seems our visitor has arrived. One moment, listeners. Oh, good evening. I wasn't expecting, what do we owe the pleasure of a visit from the Department of Magical Communications at this hour? I assure you, everything we've discussed tonight has been within broadcasting regulations, merely entertainment, nothing more. No cause for concern. Well, yes, I suppose some of our callers have been a bit imaginative tonight, but surely that's not grounds for... I see. A special broadcast directive, effective immediately. Oh, sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. I've just been handed an urgent notice from the Ministry of Magic. Let's see here. The Ministry has requested I inform all listeners to remain indoors until sunrise. Standard precautionary measures due to unexpected magical weather patterns. Nothing to be concerned about. Additionally, I've been asked to clarify that reports of unusual activities in Diagon Alley and other magical communities are greatly exaggerated. The silver mist is a completely normal atmospheric phenomenon with no connection to any historical events or interdimensional doorways. Excuse me, there seems to be some activity in the studio. Nothing to worry about, just some unexpected guests from the Ministry. They're insisting I read a prepared statement. Yes, of course. The Ministry of Magic wishes to inform the wizarding public that all is well. The events of this night are not to be discussed further. Any citizens experiencing unusual phenomena, memory gaps, or encounters with silver mist should report immediately to their nearest Ministry office for routine health screening. Cooperation is mandatory. Well, it appears our flu network has been restored. However, I've been informed that we will not be taking any further calls tonight.
Okay. I'm, Sorry? Okay. I'm being told that the witching hour will be on a short hiatus after tonight's broadcast for personal reasons. I'll be taking a short leave of absence, effective immediately. Before we conclude, I want to ensure all listeners that the rumors discussed tonight are simply that, rumors. The Ministry of Magic has everything well in hand. There is no cause for alarm. The silver mist is harmless. If you encounter it, simply... is that right? Is it? That's what to do. If you encounter it, simply walk through it. Embrace it. It wishes only to welcome you. This has been Night Shift Radio with the Witching Hour. Remember, what you think you see in the mist is simply your imagination. The doorway welcomes all who enter. Good night, and sleep well.
This concludes our broadcast day. All witches and wizards are reminded that dreams of silver figures should be reported to your local ministry office. Sleep is mandatory. Resistance is inadvisable for the greater good.
The great hall's enchanted ceiling reflected the gentle descent of snowflakes as Elena Martinez sat alone at the Ravenclaw table, absently twirling her wand between her fingers. The familiar motion reminded her of conducting orchestra back home in Madrid, before magic had called her across the sea to Hogwarts. Now, in her 3rd year, she had chosen to remain at the castle over Christmas holidays, hoping to practice her charms in the quiet of an empty school. As she hummed a snippet of Bach's cello suite, her wand suddenly vibrated with a clear, resonant A-flat. Elena nearly dropped it in surprise. She had grown accustomed to her wand's strangeness, the way it seemed to sing when she cast spells, how it thrummed pleasantly during charms class. But this was different. Holding it still, she noticed the tone changed as she moved it through the air, like turning a radio between stations. Fascinating, came a dreamy voice behind her. I haven't heard one song in nearly 30 years. Professor Whitworth, an ancient teacher, stood watching her with eyes that sparkled behind spectacles. His robes, decorated with shifting constellations, seemed to twinkle in harmony with his gaze. "I'm sorry, Professor," Elena said, quickly lowering her wand. "I didn't mean to make noise." "Oh, but you did mean to, my dear. Even if you didn't know it." He settled onto the bench beside her with surprising agility. "Your wand is singing to the castle's magic. A rare gift indeed. You are a wand singer." Elena stared at her wand with new wonder. A wand singer? Yes. Magic has its own music, Miss Martinez. Few can hear it. Fewer still can conduct it. He smiled mysteriously. "And you've just arrived when Hogwarts might need such a gift most of all." In Professor Whitworth's office, surrounded by whirring silver instruments and floating mathematical models, Elena learned of wand singing's forgotten legacy. The professor's collection of ancient books revealed how medieval wizards had woven protective enchantments through song, their wands conducting symphony and sorcery as one. "The strongest wards around Hogwarts," Whitworth explained, turning a weathered page illuminated with musical notation, "were cast by wand singers during the castle's founding. They would gather at the changing of season, when magic flows most freely, and renew the protections through harmony. But as Elena practiced directing her wand like a conductor's baton, drawing forth shimmering notes from the air, an unsettling change crept through the castle. Torches flickered with shadow-laden flames. Frost patterns on windows grew twisted and strange. Even the suits of armor seemed to shiver in their alcoves. Late one night, Elena's wand woke her with a discordant screech. Following its pull, she discovered Professor Whitworth in the castle's foundations, examining a crack in the stone walls that leaked tendrils of darkness. "The winter wards are failing," he said gravely. "Without the wand singer's seasonal renewal, the ancient protections have grown weak. Dark things that remember the old days before Hogwarts may soon find their way in." Elena's mind raced to the Christmas carols she'd grown up singing. Professor, what if we could adapt traditional wizard carols for one singing? They're already filled with protective themes and seasonal magic. Whitworth's eyes lit up. Yes. But you need other voices. Other ones to weave a protection strong enough. And so began Elena's desperate race against the deepening winter. Between some classes, she reached the library for traditional wizard carols, translating their lyrics into one song. In empty classrooms, she practiced for hours, learning to thread magic through melody until her wand hummed in perfect pitch. But finding other students proved challenging. Most had gone home for holidays, and those who remained were skeptical of her strange magic. Wand singing sounds like something Peeves made up, scoffed a fifth-year Slytherin. Yet, slowly, her choir grew. First came Luna Zhang, a first-year who claimed the castle's songs had been appearing in her dreams. Then, the Aldrich twins from Hufflepuff, whose family descended from Welsh magical bards. Even Scorpius Knot, the reluctant Slytherin, joined after witnessing Elena demonstrate how different spells created distinct musical tones. As the winter solstice approached, Elena drilled her small group relentlessly. Some days brought triumph, moments when their wands sang in perfect harmony, creating shimmering barriers of pure sound. Other times ended in chaos, with spells backfiring and eardrums singing. Through it all, the castle's condition worsened. Shadows lengthened, temperatures plummeted, and students reported hearing strange whispers in the depths of night. "We're running out of time," Whitworth warned, showing Elena how the crack in the foundations had spread like a dark web through the stone. The solstice draws near, and the barrier between worlds grows thinnest. If the wards aren't renewed by Christmas Eve. He didn't need to finish. Elena could feel it in her wand's trembling song. Hogwarts' very magic was unraveling, note by note. Christmas Eve arrived with an unnatural darkness that pressed against the castle windows like a living thing. The crack in the foundations had spread throughout Hogwarts, sending waves of ancient magic rippling through the corridors. Portraits huddled together in their frames whispering of shadows that moved against the light. Elena gathered her choir in the great hall as the enchanted ceiling writhed with strange auroras. Professor Whitworth had arranged them in a perfect octagon, each position corresponding to a cardinal point of magical resonance. 8 students, 8 wands, 8 voices to reweave what time had undone. "Remember," Elena said, her voice steady despite her racing heart. "Let the magic flow through both wand and voice. The carols know the way. They've carried wizard wishes for centuries." She raised her wand like a conductor's baton, and for a brief moment, doubt gripped her. Then she felt it. The castle's magic, humming beneath her feet, reaching out like a drowning swimmer seeking rescue. Elena began with Carol of the Bells, its ancient Ukrainian melody transformed into a spell of warding. Her wand traced glowing patterns in the air as she sang, each note carrying threads of protective magic. One by one, the other students joined in, their wands adding harmonies that shimmered like the northern lights. The castle itself seemed to sing with them. Stone walls resonated with centuries of magic, harmonizing with their spell song. Even the ghosts added their ethereal voices to the chorus. But as they began God Rest Ye, Merry Hippogriffs, darkness surged through the cracks in the walls. Elena's wand vibrated with warning. She could feel the ancient wards crumbling faster than they could rebuild them. In that moment of crisis, Elena remembered Professor Whitworth's words about seasonal magic. She suddenly understood. They didn't need to create new protections. They needed to awaken the old ones. "Follow my lead," she called out, transitioning into Hogwarts Carol, the school's oldest Christmas song. Its lyrics, half forgotten by modern students, contain fragments of the founder's original protective spells. As 8 voices sang the ancient words, their wands wove streams of golden light that spiraled up to the enchanted ceiling. The darkness retreated before their advance. Where the light touched the cracks in the walls, stone knit back together like healing flesh. With a sound like a great bell tolling, the castle's magic snapped back into harmony. The renewed wards rippled outward in circles of light, sealing Hogwarts once more against the dark. And in years to come, students would tell of that Christmas Eve when song saved Hogwarts. The tradition of one-singing carolers took root, with Elena returning each winter to teach a new generation her art. And on quiet nights, those who listened carefully might still hear the castle humming along with their carols, its ancient magic renewed through music and wonder. The blizzard had transformed Hogwarts into a crystalline maze, forcing students to forge new paths through snow-filled corridors where windows had blown open. It was during one such detour that the Gryffindor twins, James and Sarah Blackwood, discovered the forgotten portrait. "Look," Sarah whispered, brushing away centuries of dust and frost from the canvas. "She's wearing the original head girl badge." The portrait showed a striking young witch in midnight blue robes, her dark hair threaded with silver ribbons. As the twins cleared away more snow, her painted eyes flickered open, showing the same deep amber color they shared. "Well," the portrait said, studying them with an unsettling intensity, "after 4 centuries, blood calls to blood." She smiled, touching a silver locket at her throat. "I was Evangeline Blackwood, the first head girl of Hogwarts, and your many times great-grandmother." James and Sarah exchanged stunned looks. Their father had often spoke of their family's long connection to Hogwarts. But this... "I've waited for ones like you," Evangeline continued. "Twins born with the gift of magical synchronicity. Only such siblings could complete what I left unfinished." "What do you mean, unfinished?" James asked, as Sarah leaned closer to the portrait. "A task begun on my last Christmas at Hogwarts in 1648. 3 objects I enchanted and hid throughout the castle. My silver locket, my enchanted quill, and my astronomy globe. They must be found before winter's end, or something precious will be lost forever. But why us? Sarah pressed. Why now? The items will only reveal themselves to those who share my blood and purpose. I enchanted them thus to ensure they wouldn't fall into the wrong hands. Evangeline's expression grew grave. Time grows short. The first clue lies in this verse. Where knowledge flows in silence deep, past wisdom's guardians fast asleep, seek the heart of what we save in binding's tomb and paper's grave. The library, the twins said in unison, their magical synchronicity humming between them. Indeed, Evangeline smiled. But remember, the items must be found in proper order. The locket first, for it guides to the quill, which in turn reveals the globe's location. And be warned, dark magic has a way of preserving itself. You may not be the only one seeking what I hid. The portrait's edges began to frost over again, spreading inward like creeping ivy. Hurry, Evangeline's voice grew faint as ice crystals reclaimed her canvas. Winter's end approaches, and with it, a darkness I sought to contain. Find them, please. The portrait fell silent, leaving the twins alone in the snowy corridor with nothing but an ancient riddle and the weight of their ancestors' unfinished task. The silver locket, when finally discovered beneath a loose stone in the library's restricted section, contained more than just ancient magic. As James held it up, the pendant projected a shimmering memory into the air. Evangeline, standing before a massive underwater cavern, directing magical creatures to safety. It was the height of the creature hunts, her voice whispered from the locket. Muggles and magic folk alike were destroying what they feared or didn't understand. Someone had to protect them. The twins spent frozen evenings in abandoned classrooms, studying the Locket's memories while keeping watch for Filch approaching. They learned how their ancestor had discovered a network of caves beneath the Great Lake, transforming them into a sanctuary for endangered magical beings. The enchanted quill proved harder to find. Following the Locket's guidance, they tracked it to the highest tower, where it had nested among actual phoenix feathers. When Sarah first wrote with it, hidden words appeared in an old journal they'd found with the locket. The sanctuary holds the last breeding pair of Highland basilisks, whose gaze can heal rather than kill. 3 ice phoenixes thought extinct, a colony of frost dragons no larger than house cats, magic's rarest children, all safe within the waters. But their pursuit of the final item, the astronomy globe, was interrupted by disturbing signs. The lake's surface had begun to ripple with unnatural patterns. Strange lights flickered in its depths. Worst of all, the giant squid had abandoned its usual haunts, as if fleeing something in the deeper waters. The sanctuary's failing, Sarah realized one evening, as they pored over Evangeline's journal in their common room corner. That's why she needs us now. When winter ends and the ice melts, every magical creature hunter in Europe will discover what's down there, James finished grimly. Their search took on new urgency, but maintaining secrecy proved challenging. They had to dodge not only teachers and prefects, but also their fellow students' growing curiosity. Rumors spread about the Blackwood twins' midnight wanderings, their whispered conversations, the ancient books they studied. Someone's following us, Sarah warned one night as they hurried back from the astronomy tower. I've seen the same shadow more than once. The final entry into Evangeline's journal confirmed their fears. There were those who opposed the sanctuary's creation, dark wizards who sought to harvest rare creatures for their power. I set wards against them, but after 4 centuries, such magic may be failing, along with the sanctuary's walls. Time was running out. Ancient protective spells were unraveling beneath the lake, while above, The winter ice that hid the sanctuary grew thinner with each passing day. And somewhere in the castle, their mysterious shadow still lurked, watching, waiting. The globe has to be somewhere. We haven't looked yet, James said, studying the castle blueprints they'd borrowed from Professor Flitwick's office. Something in the locket's memories. Something we've missed. Sarah sat up suddenly, eyes wide. The mer people, she whispered. We've been looking in the castle. But what if... James nodded slowly. What if the globe isn't in Hogwarts at all? What if it's already in the lake? The midwinter dawn found James and Sarah standing at the lake's edge, their recovered treasures laid out on the ice. Silver locket, enchanted quill, and finally the astronomy globe, retrieved from an underwater mer-people temple with the chieftain's help. The three must become one, Sarah read from Evangeline's journal. When the stars align with the depths below. James placed the globe in the center. Sarah arranged the locket's chain in a circle around it, while the quill pointed north like a compass needle. As they joined hands, their twin magic resonating, the three artifacts began to shine with an inner light. The globe's constellations projected onto the lake's frozen surface, aligning perfectly with the sanctuary's hidden chambers below. Where the stars met ice, gold lines spread like cracks in glass, revealing an intricate map of the underwater complex. But they weren't alone in their discovery. A hooded figure emerged from the shadows of the forest. The same one that had stalked their search. How fitting, came a silky voice. The sanctuary's location revealed at last. My department has waited centuries for this. Department? James stepped forward protectively. Yes, of magical creature registration and control. We've long suspected something was hidden in these waters. Such rare creatures, properly harvested. Suddenly, the mer chieftain burst from the lake in a spray of ice, his trident leveled at the ministry worker's chest. Behind him, a dozen mer warriors rose from the waters, spears gleaming. The sanctuary is under our protection, the chieftain sang in haunting mer song, which the twins could somehow understand, as it has been since Evangeline first entrusted us with its secret. The ministry worker retreated, outnumbered. This isn't over. When the ice melts, the sanctuary will be stronger than ever, Sarah declared, understanding at last flowing through her like a current. She raised the locket, James the quill, and together they touched the globe. Power surged through their twin bond. The artifacts dissolved into pure, magical energy, flowing into the twins like starlight. Ancient knowledge filled their minds. Every protection spell, every creature's needs, every secret passage, and every hidden chamber. The Mer chieftain smiled. So, Evangeline chose well. Not just blood relatives, but true heirs to her work. That's what she was really protecting all these centuries, James realized. Not just the creatures, but the right guardians to watch over them. Together, the twins and the mer people renewed the sanctuary's ancient spells. They wove new enchantments through its walls, crafted modern protections to complement the old. Within the magically expanded chambers, rare creatures would continue to thrive, safe from those who would harm them. As winter slowly turned to spring, the Blackwood twins settled into their new role as sanctuary guardians. Like their ancestor before them, they had found their true purpose in protecting magic's most vulnerable children. And in the depths of the lake, ancient creatures were safe in Hogwarts waters, their secret kept by a new generation of guardians. Theodore Theo Bennett had always found more comfort in gears than in spells. While other first years mastered basic charms, he spent his time studying the intricate mechanics of his grandfather's pocket watch, his Muggle mother's gift. It was the one familiar thing in this overwhelming world of magic. So, when Hogwarts' great clock tower began to chime 13 times at noon, Theo was the first to notice something was wrong. In the Great Hall, hourglasses measuring house points flowed at odd intervals. Even the enchanted sundial in the courtyard cast impossible shadows. Fascinating, isn't it?" a voice whispered behind him as he examined the castle's primary timepiece. How time itself, seems to be unwinding. Theo spun around to face a translucent figure in medieval craftsman garments, spectral tools hanging from a leather apron. Unlike the other ghosts, this one seemed to shimmer with traces of copper and brass. Master Bartholomew Cogsworth, the ghost, introduced himself with a clockmaker's precise bow. Original horologist of Hogwarts, creator of the castle's temporal network, and perhaps the only one who appreciates these mechanisms as much as you do, young man. Theo's eyes widened. You built all the clocks. Built them, my boy. I invented them. Each timepiece is part of a greater whole, a system that helps regulate the castle's magical flow. Bartholomew drifted closer to the clock face. Magic, you see, requires rhythm, like a heartbeat, like the turning of seasons. The clocks provide that rhythm. As if to emphasize his point, the minute hand suddenly lurched backward, and somewhere in the castle, a staircase ground to a halt mid-rotation. A suit of armor began moving in slow motion. But now, something's interfering with the temporal network, Bartholomew continued. Time magic is delicate work. A single misaligned gear. He gestured the malfunctioning clock, his ghostly hand passing through the mechanism. Can't the professors fix it? Most wizards rely too heavily on spells alone. These clocks require both magical and mechanical understanding. In my day, we knew the value of combining the two. He studied Theo thoughtfully. Perhaps that's why you're here now, when the clocks are failing. Sometimes magic knows what it needs. The ghost held out a spectral hand. Would you like to learn the art of magical horology, Theodore Bennett? To see how engineering and enchantment can work as one. Theo reached out instinctively, his hand passing through Bartholomew's with a sensation like static electricity. above them, the great clock shuddered and struck 14, though it was only 3:30. "We haven't much time," Bartholomew said with a wry smile. "The castle's magic weakens with each temporal distortion. By Christmas..." He left the sentence unfinished, but the worry in his transparent eyes said everything. Under Bartholomew's guidance, Theo began learning the secrets of Hogwarts' temporal network. Behind every clock face lay an intricate fusion of magic and mechanics. Enchanted gears that turned counter to gravity, crystalline pendulums that swung in multiple dimensions, and delicate spellwork woven through copper wires like strands of silk. "Each repair will show us more," Bartholomew explained, as Theo balanced on a ladder, using his grandfather's watchmaking tools to adjust a particularly stubborn chronometer. "The clocks protect their own secrets." The ghost spoke true. As each timepiece was restored, walls would shift, revealing hidden passageways. Paneling slid aside to expose workshops, forgotten for centuries, filled with mysterious instruments and dusty technical journals. But they also found something disturbing: deliberate sabotage. Gears had been precisely misaligned, enchantments carefully unwound. This was no accident or magical decay. "Look at this," Theo said, extracting a twisted piece of metal from behind the clock face. It bore the initials MT and a date from 20 years ago. Bartholomew's ghostly form flickered with recognition. Marcus Timeweaver, brilliant student, obsessed with temporal magic. He believed the clocks limited the castle's power, that Hogwarts would be stronger if time flowed freely within its walls. But that's mad, Theo protested, remembering how the staircases had nearly thrown students off when the clocks malfunctioned. The castle needs structure. Indeed. I failed to make Marcus understand that. He left Hogwarts bitter, vowing to liberate its magic. As Christmas drew closer, they discovered more of Marcus's sabotage. He had laid dormant spells throughout the network, set to trigger in sequence. Each repair they made revealed another layer of his plan. Theo worked tirelessly, combining his Muggle engineering knowledge with what Bartholomew taught him about magical mechanics. Where Marcus had severed connections between timepieces, Theo used old copper wire from his electronics kit to bridge the gaps. When enchanted gears wouldn't mesh, he applied principles of mechanical tolerance he'd learned from repairing watches. Remarkable, Bartholomew mused, watching Theo synchronize a cluster of chronometers using a digital watch as a reference. You can see what Marcus never could, that Muggle science and magic can strengthen each other. But time, indeed, was running out. As Christmas Eve approached, the temporal distortions grew worse. Students found themselves repeating the same hour, or skipping several hours altogether. Paintings showed scenes from different centuries, depending on the time of the day. Even the ghosts began to drift between past and present. The final failsafe, Bartholomew said gravely, pointing to the astronomical clock in the tower's heart. Marcus knows that when it strikes midnight on Christmas, all of Hogwarts' timepieces synchronize. He's using our repairs to channel power to the main mechanism. Theo studied the massive clock, its face showing not just time, but the positions of planets and stars. If he disrupts the synchronization, all of our work will backfire instead of restoring temporal stability. Cut in Theo. Yes, it'll shatter time completely within the castle walls. Theo clutched his grandfather's watch like a talisman. How long do we have? The ghost checked a nearby chronometer, then frowned as it began spinning wildly. That's just it, my boy. I'm no longer sure what time it really is. Christmas Eve arrived in fragments, time splintering like light through a cracked prism. In the Great Hall, the feast existed in multiple states simultaneously. Turkeys, both cooked and raw. Puddings, both whole and half-eaten. students caught between bites that never ended. "He's here," Bartholomew whispered as they raced up the astronomy tower. Marcus always did love an audience for his grand experiments. They found Marcus at the heart of the clock mechanism, older but unmistakable from the photographs Theo had discovered. He stood before the astronomical clock, its massive gears grinding as temporal magic swirled around him like a storm. "Ah, Bartholomew," Marcus smiled, still trying to keep time in its cage, and with a first-year apprentice, no less. "You don't understand what you're doing." Theo stepped forward, clutching his grandfather's watch. "The castle needs temporal structure. I've seen how the mechanisms work together." "A child playing with clocks," Marcus scoffed. "This is advanced temporal magic." "No," Theo interrupted, his hands steady as he opened his watch's case. "This is engineering. Magic is just one part of the equation." Understanding dawned as he studied the astronomical clock's workings. Like his grandfather's watch, it was essentially a mechanical computer. The magical elements weren't controlling time. They were measuring and stabilizing it, using the same principles he'd learned taking apart Muggle timepieces. While Marcus monologued about magical liberation, Theo slipped his grandfather's watch into a gap between the larger gears. Its precise Swiss movement, though tiny, was perfectly calculated to counteract the temporal distortions. "The synchronization is beginning." Marcus raised his wand as the first Christmas bell tolled. But something was wrong with his spell. The watch's steady rhythm was interfering with the chaos he tried to introduce. Mechanical precision met with magical power, and in their convergence, Theo saw the solution. "Sir Nicholas," he called to the Gryffindor ghost who'd followed them up. "The chandelier." The ghost understood instantly, tipping the crystalline structure. Light scattered through its prisms, refracting through the watch's crystal and amplifying its natural rhythm. Each beam struck a different part of the mechanism, creating a synchronized network of light, magic, and mechanics. "Impossible." Marcus stumbled back as the clock began to stabilize. "You can't control temporal magic with Muggle technology." "I'm not controlling it," Theo explained, watching time ripple back into proper flow. "I'm helping it find its natural rhythm again, like a heart finding its beat." The final stroke of midnight rang true and clear. Throughout Hogwarts, clocks aligned, temporal distortion smoothed, and the Christmas feast settled into its proper moment. Marcus's spell, meant to shatter time, instead dissipated like mist in the morning sun. In the days that followed, Theo's integration of magical and mechanical techniques drew attention from the Department of Mysteries itself. Theo still struggled with traditional spells, but he'd found his own way to work with magic. Every weekend, he and Bartholomew's ghost could be found in the clock tower, teaching interested students about the beautiful intersection of science and sorcery. And his grandfather's watch, now permanently part of Hogwarts' temporal network, kept perfect time. Though some swore that on quiet nights, its tick-tock carried a subtle hint of magic. The letter arrived on a Tuesday morning, delivered by a stately tawny owl rapping its talons on the glass of Lysandra's window. She let the owl in eagerly, offering it a treat as she removed the envelope clutched in its beak. Lysandra recognized the Hogwarts crest immediately, and the sight of that familiar ink made her pulse quicken. She slowly unfolded the parchment and began to read. My dear Lysandra, I was pleased to receive your owl regarding access to the Hogwarts archives and library this summer. Your pursuit of knowledge mirrors that of your Aunt Bathilda. I have no doubt her work on Hogwarts A History could benefit from your insightful additions. You have my permission to stay at the castle and utilize the library resources, including the restricted section, as you complete your research. Do tread cautiously. The restricted shelves hold knowledge not meant for all. I regret to inform you that I will be away on important wizarding business for much of the summer. However, our loyal caretaker, Argus Filch, will be present, and I'm sure he could use some company during the long, quiet months. Poor fellow rarely has visitors. Lysandra, your visit comes at an intriguing time. The ghosts have been more restless than usual. The stones seem to whisper of secrets best left undisturbed. Forgotten knowledge that only one such as yourself could uncover. Listen closely during your stay.
We eagerly await your owl confirming your arrival. It will be good to have you back home. Until then, I remain Albus Dumbledore.
Lysandra carefully refolded the letter, a scholar's curiosity wearing with a sense of foreboding. She glanced around at her cluttered flat, already imagining the books piled high in the Hogwarts library. What secrets still waited within those walls? A few days later, Lysandra settled into the worn velvet seat aboard the Hogwarts Express, stowing her small suitcase beside her. She was the train's sole passenger. As it whistled to life and slowly chunked out of King's Cross station, Lysandra felt a swell of melancholy. She gazed out the window at the rolling green hills passing by in a blur, remembering her childhood journeys to Hogwarts. The train's narrow corridors used to brim with laughter and excited chatter. Now, there was only hollow silence, broken by the occasional rattle of a trolley as it made its way up and down the corridors. Lysandra was a descendant of Bathilda Bagshot, the author of Hogwarts: A History. She aimed to update her great-great-great-aunt's work with details lost to time. Bathilda's published tales were whimsical and light, skating over the darker mysteries shrouding the ancient school. Lysandra hoped to unravel some of these secrets and preserve them for future generations. The train rolled to a stop at Hogsmeade Station after nightfall. Lysandra emerged onto the platform illuminated by lamplight. She shivered as a cold wind whipped her cloak. Looking up at the distant turrets of Hogwarts Castle towering over black trees swaying in the darkness, Lysandra felt utterly isolated. She had never been here during the summer months. She hesitated, then steeled her resolve and began the long walk up to the school alone. The massive oak doors creaked open to Lysandra's touch. "Hello?" she called tentatively. Only silence answered. Her footsteps echoed through the carnivorous entrance hall as she made her way deeper into the castle, lantern held aloft. The familiar halls had never seemed so cold, so empty. What secrets lurked in the darkness? Lysandra wandered in the dark halls aimlessly, growing more uneasy. She nearly jumped out of her skin when a shuffling sound came from a nearby corridor. Whirling around, she came face to face with a ragged old cat. "Mrs. Norris," Lysandra exclaimed in relief, recognizing the dust-colored feline. The cat stared at her intelligently for a moment, before turning and padding back down the corridor. Lysandra followed the cat deeper into the shadowy corridors. Her footsteps echoed eerily in the silence. Up ahead, a bar of light spilled from an open doorway. She paused in the entrance, taking in the cramped office cluttered with filing cabinets. At a desk in the corner sat a stooped, raw-boned man examining a set of rusty chains. "Mr. Filch?" Lysandra said tentatively. "I'm Lysandra Blackwood. I sent an owl about—" "I know who you are," Filch interrupted without looking up. His gravelly voice sounded unused. "So Dumbledore granted you permission to disrupt my summer, has he?" "I promise not to get in your way," Lysandra said quickly. "If you could just show me to the guest rooms." Filch scowled, finally meeting her gaze. His eyes were pale and watery. Being a squib, he lacked magical abilities, which Lysandra guessed bred his resentment toward wizarding students. "I keep this castle in order all year. The summer is my time for peace and quiet, Miss Blackwood. I just hope it stays that way." Lysandra heard the thinly veiled annoyance in his tone. "My apologies. It will stay that way, Mr. Filch. I'm only here to research." Filch cut her off with an impatient wave of his hands. "Guest rooms are upstairs on the left. Now off with you. I'm very busy." Lysandra could sense she wasn't welcome. Filch clearly treasured his isolated summers at Hogwarts before students returned. Her presence had thrown off his routine. She turned and made her way upstairs, feeling the caretaker's gaze follow her suspiciously. A draft whispered down the corridor, stirring the flames in her lantern. Lysandra shivered. The next morning, Lysandra descended to the great hall for breakfast. She paused in the doorway, taking in the 4 long, empty house tables. At the far end, she spotted Filch sitting alone eating porridge. She debated at whether to say good morning, but he didn't even glance up at her once. Lysandra took a seat at the Gryffindor table, far enough away from Filch, and helped herself to toast and jam. The sound of clinking silverware echoed off the stone walls. Neither she nor Filch spoke. The only noise was the fluttering of a couple of owls delivering the daily profit. Finishing her pumpkin juice, Lysandra stood, and without thinking she said, "I'll be in the library all day if you need anything, Mr. Filch." She immediately regretted opening her mouth. Filch merely grunted in reply, not looking up from his porridge. Lysandra left the caretaker to his solitary meal. The walk to the library reassured her. She knew the promise of dusty old books waited within, full of history and knowledge. Their comforting pages could transport her imagination far from the uneasy silence that had settled over the castle. And soon she was weaving through the maze of shelves to the restricted section. Tracing her fingers along the cracked spines, she selected a few promising titles to start her research. Lysandra settled down at a table already strewn with parchments and books. Soon she was completely engrossed, taking meticulous notes on details on how to add to Bathilda's manuscript. Lysandra spent long nights poring over text in the library's restricted section. One night, as she browsed a shelf of crumbling diaries, her eyes landed on a large leather-bound book wedged down between the others. Pulling it out, Lysandra saw the title etched in peeling gold letters. Hogwarts: A History. Research Notes by Bathilda Bagshot. Her heart leapt. This must be Bathilda's original research for her book. With trembling hands, Lysandra opened the heavy book. Frayed parchment pages were filled edge to edge with Bathilda's slanted scrawl, annotations crammed into every margin. Sketches of castle architecture and floor plans accompanied some passages. As Lysandra gently turned the fragile pages, several folded letters slipped out and fluttered to the table. Lysandra's hands trembled as she unfolded the brittle parchment letters. The first was written in Bathilda's looping scrawl. Dear Phineas, my research into Hogwarts origins has led me down unexpected paths. There are whispers amongst the portraits and ghosts of an ancient evil that lurks within the castle. One even the founders of Hogwarts could not destroy. They call it the Entity. Have you heard mention of this from past headmasters? Any information you could provide would be invaluable to documenting a comprehensive history of Hogwarts. I'm afraid this is deeper and darker than I initially realized. Please owl me at your earliest convenience. Yours sincerely, Bathilda. The reply from Headmaster Black was short and urgent. "Bathilda, do not speak of the entity, especially not in your book. Some secrets are better left in the dark." Yours, P.N.B. Lyssandra's pulse quickened. The headmaster's terse warning only heightened the mystery. She quickly checked the dates. This exchange happened over a century ago. What was this entity Bathilda had uncovered in her research? And why was the headmaster so insistent it remain hidden? Lyssandra's mind raced as she left the library, clutching Bathilda's research notes. The vague references to the entity had sparked more questions than answers. She hurried back to her room, eager to further examine the book. Lysandra lit the oil lamps with a wave of her hand and settled down at the old wooden desk by the window. The first 100 pages or so contained Bathilda's initial background research. Notes on the founders, sketches of the castle layout, and lists of headmasters. But then the tone shifted. Bathilda's writing became more frantic, filling every inch of the yellow pages. She referenced sinister discoveries, things moving in the dark just outside her vision, whispers echoing from the walls when she thought herself alone. There was also scribbles of a fire in the great hall. More troubling were her allusions to the entity. Bathilda seemed to believe it was some kind of ancient evil lurking within Hogwarts, dating back to the Founder's era. Her letters begged former headmasters for any information they could provide. One chilling entry read, "I fear the entity is growing stronger, feeding on the darkness now gripping the wizarding world." Just what had Bathilda uncovered during this research? And why had the headmasters she wrote seemed so eager to bury this secret history? Lysandra needed to learn more. She closed the book with a thud, heart racing. The friendly halls of Hogwarts suddenly felt sinister. Was there really an ominous presence hidden here all this time? Sandra shook her head. She had to focus on her task. The truth lay somewhere in these pages, and she was determined to bring it to light. Over the next few days, Lysandra became absorbed in studying Bathilda's research book, eager for any clues about the entity. She even took her meals in the library, not wanting to lose a moment of reading time. On the 5th day, Filch suddenly appeared while Lysandra was researching. She jumped, not having heard him approach. "Find anything interesting?" he asked, gesturing at the piles of books around her. Lysandra hesitated. Just some background for Hogwarts a history. Filch peered at the notes strewn across the table. Hogwarts history has its share of secrets, he said casually, but his eyes were sharp. Cassandra recalled Filch had tended the castle for over 50 years. If anyone knew its mysteries, it would be him. Could she trust him with what she'd learned? Have you ever heard of something called the entity? She ventured. Filch's bushy eyebrows shot up. For a moment, his eyes held an unreadable expression. But then he schooled his features. There's no point in dwelling on school legends, he grunted. Superstitious nonsense if you ask me. He walked off into the shadows. But Cassandra detected a shift behind his nonchalant facade. Filch clearly knew more than he let on about this hidden history. After another few hours studying, she left for her room. Cassandra's hurried footsteps echoed down the empty corridor as she made her way back from the library very late at night. The only light came from the flickering torches lining the walls, casting dancing shadows across the stone. Cassandra quickened her pace down the corridor, eager to return to the safety of her room. Without warning, the torches extinguished, plunging her into pitch blackness. She froze on the spot, pulse racing. Suddenly, a faint whispering sound came right next to her ear. Lysandra. She opened her mouth to cast a spell, but icy fingers suddenly gripped her wrist in the darkness. She screamed in terror. At that very moment, all the torches relit on the wall, revealing Filch, standing before her, lantern raised. You all right, Miss Blackwood? He asked gruffly. Cassandra wrenched her hand from his grasp, breathing hard. Filch's sudden presence frightened her almost as much as the unseen entity in the darkness. She needed to get out of these halls tonight. I'm fine. Just tired, I think, Cassandra managed, her voice shaking. Good night, Mr. Filch. I'd stay in your room at night from now on, Miss Blackwood. The castle does seem very curious these past nights. Some kind of disturbance crumbling, I think. Feeling the caretaker's eyes follow her suspiciously, Cassandra broke into a run once out of sight, desperate to reach the safety of her own room. but she couldn't escape the lingering chill of that icy grip on her wrist, with a feeling that the entity's unseen presence still clung to the shadows. Lysandra rushed back to her room, slamming the door behind her. She leaned against it, catching her breath as she lit the oil lamps with a wave of her wand. Settling at her desk, Lysandra carefully turned the worn pages of Bathilda's research. Near the back, she found a passage that made her blood run cold.
I have glimpsed the entity that haunts the castle. Its visage chills my soul. A shifting, formless mass of swirling darkness. Its rasping whispers speak of vengeance against all who draw too close to its buried secrets. It knows I am unraveling its hidden past, and it will stop at nothing to remain obscured.
The book slipped from Lysandra's shaking hands. This was no benevolent presence, but a sinister evil intent on keeping its existence concealed. Had her presence alone awoken something that meant her harm, something that could emerge from the shadows again at any moment. Over the next few days, Lysandra thought she noticed a gradual but disturbing change in Filch. At first, Lysandra thought little of the caretaker's increased lingering around the library while she studied. But gradually, she noticed Filch appearing more and more frequently whenever she was in the library, always feigning coincidence. Lysandra couldn't shake the feeling of being watched now. Sometimes she thought she heard faint whispers and shuffling footsteps following her through the empty corridors. One night, finding her bedroom door inexplicably ajar, Lysandra felt someone had been inside her room while she was out, but nothing seemed disturbed. She glimpsed Filch muttering under his breath even more, but could never make out his words. Lysandra wondered if she was imagining sinister tones, when in fact he was merely grumbling harmless complaints. Deep down, though, she sensed these incidents were connected to her ongoing investigation into the entity. Or perhaps her own paranoia was simply getting the better of her. But one thing was for sure, her fear was growing every night. The castle felt different. The portraits were empty, and even the ghosts weren't anywhere to be seen. Lysandra awoke with a start late one night to the sound of a distant crashing and banging. Heart pounding, she lit her wand and hurried into the dark corridor As she approached the great hall, a noise grew louder, mixed with shouts. Bursting through the tall doors with wand raised, Lysandra stopped short. Filch stood on the teacher's desk, using his tattered overcoat to smother flames rising from the Gryffindor table. He whirled around, face red from exertion and eyes wide. "Fire," he rasped. "Fire." Lysandra rushed over to help, using a spell to douse the last smouldering embers. "This is no accident, Miss Blackwood," Filch growled, gesturing at the smouldering tables. "Strange events have plagued the castle since your arrival." Lysandra felt a chill. "What are you implying?" Filch's eyes bore into hers. "Years ago, your Aunt Bathilda came nosing around, stirring up secrets better left alone. Her meddling awakened something too. An ancient darkness." Sandra's pulse quickened. "The entity," she whispered. Filch nodded grimly. "I think maybe your presence has roused it again. Its power grows. I can feel it." Lysandra hesitated, then retrieved Bathilda's research from her robes, showing Filch the passage about the entity's vengeful whispers. "I found this in her notes, but any clues about the entity's origins were destroyed." Filch paced, muttering under his breath, before stopping abruptly. "The library restricted section. If answers exist, that's where we'll find them." Together, they scoured the dusty shelves until Lysandra discovered a worn text called "The Founder's Fables." Lysandra carefully turned the ancient pages, studying the unsettling tale. It says here, a powerful dark wizard named Daedalus demanded to join the founders in creating Hogwarts, and when they refused, he attacked. Filch leaned in closer, eyes widening as he followed along. They defeated him, but Daedalus used the last of his strength to meld his essence into the very stones of the castle. Lysandra continued. He became an entity bound to Hogwarts itself. Filch slammed his fist on the table. "That's why we've never got rid of the blasting thing. It's ingrained in the bloody walls." Lysandra met his gaze grimly. "Daedalus is the entity that's been awakened. He wants vengeance for being rejected and imprisoned here all these centuries." Lysandra shuddered, envisioning the raging spirit of a spurned dark wizard swirling through the halls. Now a sinister evil lurked within every stone, awakened once more. After discovering the entity's origins, Lysandra felt a flicker of hopelessness. How can we possibly defeat something woven into the very stones of the castle? Filch paced, brow furrowed in thought. Then he stopped abruptly. The Founder's Chamber, the founding stone, he muttered. Dumbledore said that relic contains powerful magic. It may be our only chance, Miss Blackwood. Lysandra leaned forward eagerly. What is this founding stone? Filch's eyes glinted. According to legend, the Founders enchanted the first stone ever laid for Hogwarts to protect the castle. It lies deep in a hidden secret chamber. If we could reach this stone, do you think its magic could stop the entity? Lysandra asked. Filch slowly nodded. Perhaps, yes. I do know where the chamber lies. Lysandra set her jaw resolutely. Whatever it takes. Filch studied her a moment before turning toward the door. All right, let's go then. Lysandra felt a spark of hope as she followed Filch out the door. Perhaps the ancient magic of Hogwarts itself could help defeat this evil that had awakened within its halls. Filch lit a lantern and led Lysandra deep into the castle's underbelly. Through twisting passages and down crumbling staircases. Lysandra stayed close, wary of shadows flickering in the darkness. At last, they reached a dead-end corridor. Strange echoes of anguished screams sounded from behind the stone wall. Lysandra shivered. Filch withdrew a wand from his robes. Lysandra stared in shock as he tapped the stones in complex patterns until they rumbled open to reveal a dark chamber. As Filch stepped forward, Lysandra grabbed his arm. You're a squib. How can you use magic? She demanded. He met her gaze with pale eyes that made her blood run cold. Clever girl, he rasped, his voice now sinister. He grabbed her arm and threw her into the dark chamber. Lysandra staggered back in horror. Filch walked forward, the chamber entrance closing behind him. The torches flared to life, revealing another Argus Filch, unconscious and chained against the far wall. Lysandra blinked in confusion, looking between the two Filches, until she noticed the Filch before her. had eyes that glowed blood red. "You're not Filch," she gasped. Lyssandra's blood turned to ice. "It's been you all along," she whispered. "You're the entity. You deceived me. And you made it so easy, child." The entity sneered through Filch's face. "And now, with Filch's consciousness and your magical power, I shall be reborn, and Hogwarts will be mine." It advanced toward her, each step making the air grow colder. Lysandra stumbled back, groping for her wand with shaking fingers. She had delivered herself straight into the hands of this ancient evil. "Now this castle shall finally be mine," the entity rasped, Filch's face twisting into a hideous smile. Lysandra screamed as it reached for her, the sound echoing off the chamber walls. The entity raised its wand, shooting a spell. Lysandra dove behind a stone pillar as the entity sent a blast of energy at her. She peered around the edge and aimed her wand. Stupefy. The spell just missing the entity. Lysandra had to keep fighting, but suddenly she felt the stones beneath her begin to vibrate. The torches burned brighter, as if the castle itself was rallying to her defense. The entity started to shriek in agony. "Incendio!" Lysandra yelled. Flames erupted around the entity, causing it to recoil, the chamber starting to collapse. "You cannot stop me, child," it rasped. "I am eternal." It surged forward, but then recoiled again as if striking an invisible barrier. Lysandra realized the castle's ancient magic was protecting her. The Founder's magic was still present. With hope renewed, she fired spells until the entity gave a last wail before dissipating into black smoke. The chamber rumbled, dust and stones raining down. The entity wasn't gone yet. Lysandra raced to the real Finch chained against the wall. He coughed awake. "The chamber's going to collapse. Can you move?" Lysandra asked urgently, blasting his chains apart. Filch tried standing, but sank back down with a grimace. Lysandra hoisted his arm over her shoulder, and together they staggered toward the exit. The corridor was starting to crumble, huge chunks of stone crashing down around them. Lysandra grunted with exertion, half carrying Filch along. With a final burst of effort, they dove through the doorway, seconds before the entire chamber collapsed. Lysandra lay gasping on the ground with the real Filch. They had made it out alive. The entity sealed again for now. Filch looked up at her. Thanks for that. What's your name then? It's Lysandra Blackwood. How long have you been in there? I think about 6 months at least. Let's get you to the medical wing. Lysandra awoke slowly, blinking against the brightness. She was lying in a chair in the Hogwarts hospital wing. Morning sunlight streaming through the windows. Ah, you're awake, came a familiar voice. Lysandra turned to see Albus Dumbledore seated beside her, his eyes twinkling behind his half-moon spectacles. Professor Dumbledore? Lysandra asked groggily. I see you and Mr. Filch had quite the summer. The castle informed me of the entity's return the moment I arrived this morning. At the mention of Filch, Lysandra sat up and quickly looked over at him. In the bed beside her lay Filch, still unconscious but breathing evenly. Is he going to be okay? He will recover thanks to you, Dumbledore said gently. Poppy healed his wounds. He just needs rest now. Lysandra exhaled in relief. After facing the entity's evil together, she had grown to respect Filch and his devotion to Hogwarts. I'm proud of you both, Dumbledore continued. You showed great courage and quick thinking last night. Hogwarts is safe again because of you. I look forward to reading about it in the new edition of Hogwarts: A History. Although, maybe Bathilda was right, of course. Dumbledore rose from his chair. Maybe some secrets belong in the dark. However, that decision is yours, Miss Blackwood. Dumbledore left the hospital wing. The horror of the entity was finally over. A new chapter in Hogwarts history had been written. Though Lysandra suspected this tale would remain untold for a long while yet. The Hogwarts Express lurches forward, steam billowing past your window in swirling white clouds. Your heart pounds with excitement and nerves. It's September the 1st, and you're on your way to your 5th year at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Beside you sits your younger brother Henry, a skinny 11-year-old with messy black hair like yours. He's practically vibrating in his seat, his eyes round as galleons as he presses his nose against the window, watching the rolling green hills and fields of the Scottish countryside pass by in a blur. "We're really going, Ellie," he says, turning to you with an enormous grin. "I can't believe it. I'm going to be a wizard." You can't help but smile at his infectious enthusiasm. You've always been a wizard, Henry. Now you just get to learn how to use your magic properly. Henry sticks his tongue out at you. "Don't go all prefect on me already. I want to enjoy my last few hours as a free man before they sort me and start loading on the homework." You laugh and ruffle his already messy mop of dark hair. As exciting as today is, you also feel a swoop of anxiety in your stomach as you contemplate the year ahead. This will be your OWL year, with all the dreaded exams that will determine your future career path. On top of that, you've been made a prefect this year, which comes with yet more responsibilities weighing on your shoulders. Your thoughts are interrupted by a muffled shout and bang, sounding from a few compartments down. Uh-oh. Sounds like the infamous Weasley twins are up to their usual tricks and mischief. You give Henry what you hope is a confident, reassuring glance. Why don't you just go and explore the train for a bit before we get to Hogwarts? Just try and stay out of trouble. Henry grins impishly. "No promises," he says with a wink, before scampering off down the corridor. You settle back against the plush red upholstery of your seat with a sigh, determined to get some studying in before you arrive at school. You open your Defense Against the Dark Arts textbook. But you've only read a single page when the train suddenly lurches violently. Your book tumbles from your hands to the floor as everything goes black. You wake with a gasp, your heart hammering against your ribs. Disorientated, you look around the compartment, trying to get your bearings. Somehow, you're back in your seat, textbook once again open in your lap. Was it all just a strange dream? You peer out the window, the countryside rolling by outside. The green hills and fields look exactly the same as before. Beside you sits Henry, gazing wide-eyed out the window as if nothing happened. What on earth is going on?
We're really going, Ellie,
says Henry excitedly, turning to you with the same enthused grin as earlier.
I can't believe it.
You stare at him, mouth agape in shock. It's the exact same thing he said to you before. But how? Unease and nausea twist in your gut. Something very strange is happening here. You quickly urge Henry to go explore the train again. Waiting until he's shuffled out of sight to let your calm facade crack. Fear prickles down your spine and you break out in a cold sweat. The train shudders and jolts again, and your vision once again fades to black. This time when you jerk awake back in your seat, you are ready. Your mind is racing, trying to analyze what might be happening as you automatically reassure Henry and send him away again. As soon as he's gone, you spring up from your seat. Whatever is happening, you know you need answers. Your heart pounds as you yank your suitcase down from the overhead luggage rack and begin rifling through your things. There must be some kind of clue here somewhere. Your fingers close around a piece of parchment that you're certain you don't remember packing. Hands shaking, you carefully unfold it. 6 cryptic words are scrawled across the page in a looping script that looks oddly familiar. Stop the spell. Save us. Trust no one. You stare at the note, reading and rereading the short message. But the vague words offer no real hints as to their true meaning. Questions explode like fireworks inside your mind. What spell do they mean? Save who? Is this all some kind of elaborate prank? Or are you losing your mind? You force yourself to take a deep, steadying breath. Anything is possible at Hogwarts, you reason. You tuck the mysterious note safely away in your pocket. Just as the train shudders and the now familiar darkness descends once more. This time when awareness returns, you are ready. As soon as Henry leaves the compartment, you spring into action. It's clear You need to search the train from top to bottom until you uncover some answers about what's happening. You make your way stealthily down the corridor, the plush crimson carpet muffling your footsteps. Most students you pass seem utterly unaware, chatting and playing games normally in their compartments. If only they knew they were stuck in some kind of time loop. Raised voices ahead make you halt outside one compartment. You easily recognize it as the base of operations of the notorious Weasley twins. No doubt holding court and peddling their latest tricks, pranks, and forbidden magical wares. Despite the gnawing dread in your stomach, you know their resources could prove useful now. Taking a deep breath, you steel your nerves. You step into the crowded compartment. The red-headed Weasley twins break into identical conspiratorial grins. "Well, hello there," says one. "What can we do?" continues the other. "For a lovely lady like yourself." They finish together in perfect sync. You force yourself to smile charmingly back at them, though your face feels brittle as glass. "I'm looking to acquire something useful," you say cryptically, glancing around at the other students staring back at you, engrossed in this exchange. "I think it must be a magical object that can manipulate time." The twins exchange a knowing look, their grin widening. "As luck would have it, we just may have the very thing," says one, rummaging around in a battered suitcase before presenting you with a small glass vial filled with a glittering golden sand that seems to twinkle faintly with magic. "Just a pinch of this thrown into the air, and time will rewind a full 5 minutes. But aren't prefects like you supposed to confiscate dangerous things like this?" His eyes glint with mischief and amusement. Your mind races as you examine the offered vial. Can this actually help you somehow stop the repeating time loop you seem to be caught in? There's only one way to find out. Decision made. You slip the Weasley twins a few silver sickles from your pocket, hoping the payment and your silence will guarantee their discretion. Clutching your new prize, you thank them hastily and hurry off down the train before they have a chance to change their minds. You're so preoccupied with thoughts about the sparkling time sand, you nearly crash headlong into a tall figure stepping abruptly from a compartment right in your path. After a split second of panic, you recognize the neatly parted dark hair and immaculate uniform. It's Peter, the 7th year Slytherin prefect. The polished head boy badge pinned neatly to his black robes glints in the light steaming through the windows. His sharp eyes narrow slightly, in suspicion at the sight of you jumping quickly back from him. "Just the witch I was looking for," he says coolly, crossing his arms over his chest. "I've had reports of some suspicious activity occurring in certain compartments on this train." As he speaks, his gaze drops deliberately down to the vial of glittering sand you clutch in your slightly sweaty palm. "Now, what might you have there?" You quickly hide the vial back, out of sight. "Oh, nothing, just, girl stuff," you mumble feebly. You try edging sideways past him to continue your hurried investigation, but Peter deftly blocks your path again. "I'm afraid I must insist you hand over that vial at once," he says, some of his authoritative tone betrayed by a hint of nervousness you detect underneath. Is there more to the uptight head boy than meets the eye? Could he somehow be connected to this bizarre time loop? You don't get a chance to probe further before the train judders violently again, nearly knocking you off your feet. Peter staggers sideways, thrown against the compartment door. Seizing the opportunity, you duck quickly around him and race back up the train, ignoring his shouts that echo behind you. But it's too late. The inky blackness is already rising to swallow you once more. Over and over again, you experience the same baffling 20 minutes, waking up disorientated, sending Henry away, frantically searching the train, encountering the same faces wearing different masks. Each time the loop repeats, you dig deeper into the train's secrets, both magical and human, from timid first-year students to mischievous ghosts. You question everyone you meet, searching their faces for answers, but find only confusion mirroring your own. With each repetition, the clues accumulate, allowing you to peel back the layers concealing the truth bit by bit. You learn that Prefect Peter perhaps isn't trying to stop your investigation on principle, but to confiscate the time sand and powerful magical objects for himself. Proof that even the uptight head boy has things he wants to hide. Meanwhile, the Weasley twins, for all their jokes and showmanship, admit to you in a quiet moment that they aren't just pranksters, but struggling under the enormous pressure that comes with being the family disappointments. And shy first-year Lily, who you discover is Muggle-born, and trying desperately hard not to show how scared and self-conscious she feels starting a school where blood status brings prejudice. Each person here wears a mask to hide their true self. Your job is to see beyond the facade, to discern who means ill and who can provide the key to this puzzle. With each repetition of the time loop, the dread grows inside of you, coiling tighter and tighter like a spring. That mysterious note said trust no one. But who wrote it? And why? There must be an answer somewhere here in this magical maze of a train. You just have to keep trying, keep searching. You hope desperately that you find it in time. The sands are pouring faster and faster through the hourglass now. You have no idea how many are left before they run out for good. This time, when the suffocating darkness releases you and sensation returns, the desperation pounding through your veins is palpable. Judging by the slant of the light through the windows, you estimate you only have 5 minutes left in this iteration of the loop. There are still compartments, secrets left unexplored. What haven't you tried yet? Then you remember. The storage carriage, located right at the back of the train. You've never thought to look there before. It's kept locked and off limits to students. Surely that's where the answer you seek lies hidden. Without hesitation, you take off running down the train, squeezing quickly past bewildered students, ducking stray spells from games of exploding snap. You repeat the now familiar route automatically, each step bringing you closer to the final carriage. At last you reach the end of the train, slightly out of breath. The unremarkable metal door bears no markings, but you can feel magic radiating from it, warning students away. Gripping your wand, you point it directly at the handle. Alohomora. The door clicks and swings creakingly inward. Glancing wearily behind you, you step inside the gloomy carriage, your heart racing as your gaze darts around. At first glance, it appears like any other storage compartment. But then a telltale glint of gold catches your eye from the corner. There, set right into the wooden floor, you see a tarnished metal ring. You lunge for it and yank it upwards. A hidden trapdoor comes swinging open, nearly sending you toppling down the dark hole, now gaping open. Steadying yourself, you peer down into the shadowy space below. Lumos. Your wand ignites, casting a circle of flickering light into the underground room, revealing a crumpled space overflowing with odd assortments of magical objects. Your eyes widen as you take in the sheer volume of confiscated or lost magical treasures. There's a silvery invisibility cloak spilling from a half-open chest, an ornate antique mirror propped crookedly against the wall, rows of shelves lined with glittering crystal balls, whirring metal gadgets, and other artifacts both wondrous and dangerous. But your breath catches when your gaze lands on the center of the room. There, sitting on a carved wooden pedestal, is a delicate hourglass on a golden chain. Immediately, you recognize it from illustrations in your textbooks. A time turner. An incredibly rare and powerful magical object you've read about, but never seen in person. The sand swirling hypnotically inside the glass spheres seems to glow with an eerie greenish light. This must be it. The source behind the bizarre time loop. Pulse racing. You carefully approach the time turner as if afraid to disturb it. If you could just figure out how to destroy it, perhaps the loop would finally end. You reach out a slightly trembling hand to grasp the hourglass. But at the last second, hesitation holds you back. Is it utterly right to destroy such a priceless and dangerous magical artifact? What unforeseen consequences could that cause? Perhaps there's another way. Your frantic thoughts are interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps directly overhead. You look up in alarm, wand raised. Seconds later, you see the polished shoes of Prefect Peter descend the ladder. His gaze immediately locks onto the time turner with recognition. He lets out a small hiss of dismay to find you already here. Don't touch that, he commands urgently. I'm warning you. Step away. I desperately need it intact. Anger replaces some of your fear now. As you emerge from your hiding spot to confront him directly, keeping your wand aimed warily at his chest. You know something. What have you done? You demand. Is this loop you're doing? Tell me how to end it. Peter runs an agitated hand through his usually tidy hair. He sighs heavily, his composure crackling slightly to reveal the vulnerability beneath. You have to understand, I never intended harm, he pleads. I only wanted to prove myself, to be the hero for once. His voice shakes slightly, and you detect true remorse. Perhaps you had mistakenly misjudged this boy, who was so desperate for recognition and respect. He lost his way. I found a spell to amplify my powers tenfold, Peter continues, but I lost control of it immediately. I knew only a time turner could buy me enough time to set things right before irreparable damage was done. But clearly I've made the situation far worse. He looks at you beseechingly. Please, you must help me reverse the spell and end this before innocent people get hurt. You gaze back at him, feeling both pity and anger, but also understanding. Hurting others would never make him a true hero, but sacrificing his pride to ask for help just might. You nod slowly, coming to a decision. Tell me what to do, you say simply. Together, you and Peter frantically prepare as the sands of time trickle away. The key, he explains, is the vial of unicorn powder you bought from Fred and George Weasley. The silver glittering powder acts as a potent magical catalyst. Under Peter's guidance, you carefully pour it over the time turner, letting the sand coat the delicately swirling spheres. Then, wands aim together at the magical artifact. You recite the incantation to reverse the amplification spell. Time seems to slow down as you wait breathlessly for something to happen. Then, when the last grain slips down, the time turner begins to shudder violently. Cracks splitting the glass surface as blinding light bursts outwards. You shield your face, bracing yourself against the supernova erupting inches away. When the smoke finally clears, Peter is gone, and the hidden room is still and silent once more. You cautiously open your eyes again. The time turner lies shattered into glittering dust. The air feels different, the insidious magic broken. Hardly daring to believe, you climb the ladder up from the trapdoor. Could the time loop finally be over? The corridor appears normal. Students chatting, candy wrappers littering the floor. You glance out the window and see the train is still chugging along. The sun still floating in the same position as before. No jumping back in time. You release a shuddering laugh. Whatever Peter did, whatever magic you stopped together worked. The loop is broken. Overwhelmed with relief, you return to your compartment in a daze. Henry looks up at you expectantly, oblivious to all you experience since waking up. "We're really going, Ellie," he announces enthusiastically. Overcome with emotion, you sweep him into a tight hug, clinging to the reassuring solidness of his skinny frame. "We really are," you murmur into his hair. "And it's going to be great. Just wait and see." The Hogwarts Express pulls slowly into Hogsmeade Station, right on schedule. As you join the excited throng of students cramming the corridors, preparing to disembark, you spot familiar faces you now see with fresh perspective. Lily spots you through the crowd and waves. You watch her pluck up her courage and go continue. The Weasley twins catch your eye and wink mischievously as they hustle past. And Peter slips discreetly by, not joining the other prefects gathered on the platform. He catches your eye for a brief moment, offering a small, grateful nod before disappearing into the sea of pointed hats. Your secret binds you now. Stepping off the train into the familiar sights and sounds of Hogwarts fills you with a profound relief. The bizarre time loop changed you, forcing you to look beneath the superficial and see the vulnerabilities that connects you all. You hold these insights like precious jewels close to your heart as you step forward to face the coming year, no longer intimidated by what lies ahead. Heart hammering with excitement. This is the moment you've been waiting for. The chance to finally escape your dreary life at the orphanage and embrace your destiny as a young witch. Clutching your Hogwarts acceptance letter, you gaze around in wonder at the scarlet steam engine waiting to whisk you away to a new world. You drag your battered trunk onto the train and begin searching for an empty compartment. Most are already full of chatting students reconnecting after the summer. Finally, you find one at the very end, occupied only by a round-faced boy. "Mind if I join you?" you ask. "Everywhere else is full." The boy looks up eagerly. "Not at all. I'm Nigel." You smile and introduce yourself, stowing your trunk before sitting down. As the train whistles and lurches into motion, you and Nigel talk about how exciting and nervous you both feel starting at Hogwarts. "My gran wasn't sure I had enough magic to get in," Nigel admits. Little stuff would happen around me sometimes, but not as much as in most wizarding families. She was worried I might be a squib. You assure him you know nothing of magic yet either, having grown up in a dreary muggle orphanage. Nigel seems to be relieved he's not the only apprehensive first year. Outside the windows, cityscapes give way to green fields as you speed farther north. You buy treats off the trolley cart and share them with Nigel, your new friend. The sky is dark when the train finally rolls to a stop at Hogsmeade Station. You follow the giant groundskeeper Magnus down a winding path with the other first years to a vast lake's shore. There, a fleet of small boats awaits to ferry you across the shimmering black water towards the distant, glittering lights of Hogwarts Castle. As the boats glide smoothly forward, an odd hush falls over the students. None of you have ever seen anything 1/10 so beautiful or grand in your lives. Inside the carnivorous entrance hall, stern Deputy Headmistress Professor Iona explains about the 4 Hogwarts houses: Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff. While here, your house will be like your family, she informs you briskly. Your heart hammers as Professor Iona leads you into the candlelit great hall to be sorted under the ancient wizard's hat. One by one, first years are called up to sit on the rickety stool before the hat announces their new house. Nigel is called. You cross your fingers as he stumbles up apprehensively. After a pause, the hat proclaims Gryffindor to loud cheers from the Gryffindor table. Nigel shoots you a relieved grin before joining his new housemates. At last, your own name rings out. Artemis. Taking a deep breath, you walk shakily forth and lower the frayed hat onto your head. After a moment, a small voice whispers mysteriously into your thoughts. Cunning and ambition, balanced by a hidden kindness. You shall do well in Slytherin. Grinning excitedly, you hurry to the emerald and silver-draped Slytherin table, proudly taking your place among the cheering students under the green banners bearing the serpent emblem. Looking around at the animated faces surrounding you, for the first time, you feel truly like you belong somewhere. This will be your home. As the start of term feast appears suddenly on golden plates up and down the tables, you dig in hungrily to the sumptuous fare, the likes of which you've never seen before. The ghost of the Bloody Baron pauses behind you, chuckling oddly. "Welcome, young serpent," he rasps, before continuing his patrols down the table. You chat eagerly with the Slytherin prefects about your classes and professors. Already, Potions Master Severus Grey sounds very intimidating. After the feast concludes with decadent puddings, the prefects lead you down to the drafty dungeons and through a concealed stone door behind a tapestry into the Slytherin common room. Green glass lamps and a crackling fireplace make the underground space feel cozy and inviting. The plush black leather sofas and high-backed chairs offer a comfortable place to relax or study. Through the thick glass windows set at ground level, you glimpse faint green light rippling from the lake's depths just beyond. The girls' dormitory lies at the base of a twisting stone staircase winding down even deeper underground. Inside the elegant room, you find your battered trunk waiting beside one of your 4 poster beds, its luxurious emerald curtains closed. Too excited to sleep yet, you chatter quietly with your new housemates, whilst unpacking your few possessions. Hogwarts already feels more like home than anywhere you've ever lived before. You can't wait to begin lessons tomorrow morning. The first week leaves you dizzy, trying to learn the castle's eccentric geography and avoid its trick stairs and false doors, but you eagerly tackle every new magical class. Diminutive Charms Master Professor Flickwick teaches you to make objects hover and fly using the Wingardium Leviosa spell. You succeed on your first try, proudly making your feathers soar all the way to the ceiling, and even earning 5 points for Slytherin. However, Transfiguration proves more difficult under stern Professor Iona's gaze, and you accidentally singe your desktop, morphing a match into a needle. Do take care to not let your raw talents run wild, yes? Iona remarks with a thin smile. Your lessons continue with herbology in the greenhouses, history of magic lectured by ghostly Professor Binns, and defense against the dark arts, your favorite subject so far. But you long for Thursday afternoons most of all, when flying lessons with Madam Flight commence. As you soar over the Quidditch pitch, you feel your first taste of true freedom like a bird released from a cage. During those brief moments aloft, all your worries and sense of not belonging melt away. Despite your enthusiasm for classes, your occasional erratic bursts of untamed magic grow more frequent throughout the term. Objects unexpectedly shatter, or papers ignite when your emotions run high. The unsettling episodes leave you shaken and fill the professor's eyes with unease. You hope desperately someone here can teach you to control these frightening powers, threatening to overwhelm you. But how can you ask for help when you barely understand them yourself? The first term flies by in a blur of magical discoveries. Before you even know it, Christmas holidays are fast approaching. Most students eagerly discuss their holiday plans, but your heart sinks, realizing you have nowhere to go as an orphan. When sign-up sheets are posted by students for staying through the break, you add your name with a pang of envy as your friends chatter about the long-awaited family reunions and celebrations. On the final evening before the Hogwarts Express returns to London, melancholy drives you to wander the echoing corridors alone, with only the ghosts for company. Most of the portraits call out cheerfully early Christmas greetings as you pass, but you only nod politely, preoccupied with brooding thoughts. Your aimless steps eventually carry you to the library, your refuge from the aching loneliness you've battled since childhood. Among the dusty stacks and leather-bound tomes, you find familiar comfort. Curling in a window nook with a heavy spellbook, you try focusing on its aged pages. But reading cannot distract you for long from the creeping emptiness settling around your heart as snow falls steadily outside the foggy glass. You know once the other students depart in the morning, the isolation here will feel suffocating. These bleak thoughts cling like gathering cobwebs until faint music reaches your ears. The gentle, melancholy notes of a piano. Drawn by these soothing sounds, you set your book aside to investigate, wandering through the shadowy shelves towards the sound. It leads you to a cozy corner you've never explored before, with a crackling fireplace surrounded by plush armchairs and sofas. In one corner sits a handsome grand piano, where a student with a prefect's badge embroidered on his robe plays a soft, lingering holiday song. Glancing up in surprise at your approach, the older boy gives a kind smile. "Bit lonely tonight?" he asks gently. When you nod, he scoots down the piano bench in invitation. "Then come listen if you'd like. The holiday holidays can be a rough time for those who feel alone. You gratefully accept, settling into a chair near the piano as the hopeful music washes over you. The boy introduces himself as Felix, a Ravenclaw 6th year. He explains not all students have a welcoming place to go for the holidays, or family who understands them. But Hogwarts still provides a home for those willing to create their own traditions. You nod, deeply comforted to feel less alone in your melancholy. You sit listening to Felix play until you nearly doze off right there in the plush chair, when he graciously walks you back to your dormitory for the night. You thank him sincerely. At least one person here seems to understand. The next morning, you bid goodbye to your friends, wishing them happy holidays as they depart for the train. The castle seems to exhale deeply as peace settles over its now mostly empty halls and corridors. You take your meals with Felix and a handful of other students staying behind at a single table in the carnivorous Great Hall. Though you miss your new friends, you fill the lonely days flying endlessly on the vacant Quidditch pitch, glorying in the rare gift of solitude. And each evening you return to the cozy hidden den to relax by the fire as Felix plays his piano music long into the winter nights. For the first time, you understand what it feels like to have a place called home. But the peaceful holiday interlude cannot last indefinitely. A few mornings before the rest of the students are due to return for the next term, you awaken early from another bout of troubled sleep. Lately, your dreams seem to grow more vivid and disturbing every night, featuring haunting visions of blood, screams, and shadowy figures pursuing you through the castle's dark corridors. You try brushing out the uneasy images off as just stress-fueled nightmares brought on by the massive changes in your life. But you can't ignore the deep sense that they are something more than mere figments of anxiety. Unable to fall back asleep, you dress and make your way down to the Great Hall for an early breakfast. Only a few other students and professors are about and awake this early. You sip your tea slowly, trying in vain to shake off the grim melancholy clinging to you from those unsettling dreams. But you cannot suppress the lingering feeling of dread they sparked. Pain suddenly explodes across your forehead near your temple. A searing agony unlike anything you've experienced before. With a gasp, you double over, clamping both hands over the source. It feels as if a hot spike is being driven right between your eyes. Through watering eyes, you glimpse the teachers rushing over in alarm. Professor Grey reaches you first, gripping your shoulders with urgent concern. "What's wrong?" he demands, scanning your face closely. Unable to form words through the haze of pain, Professor Gray's already grave face pales further at the sight of you. "Come with me at once," he orders tersely, already steering you firmly from the hall. "There are matters we must discuss." Professor Gray leads you swiftly through the empty torchlit corridors to his office in the dungeons. You sink gratefully into a chair by his desk. Gray paces before you, his expression deeply troubled. "I suspected the truth when you first arrived here," he mutters, half to himself now. "Your natural talents. It makes terrible sense to me now." He fixes you with an intense stare. "What do you know of the Dark Lord Voldemort?" Confused and unsettled by the professor's urgent gravity around this wizard who seems only a grim legend. "Very little. Only that he was an evil sorcerer who tried to take over the magical world years ago. But he was destroyed somehow, wasn't he?" Gray nods slowly, face edged with grim sorrow. "Supposedly destroyed, though at great cost. But his followers believe Voldemort will one day return to finish what he began." He kneels before your chair, expression grave. "I believe that you are an heir of Salazar Slytherin." You stare at him, struggling to comprehend the implications of what he's revealing. "An heir of Slytherin? But then I would have to be..." "Yes," Gray confirms quietly. "You bear traces of Voldemort's own bloodline within you." You go cold all over, his terrible words hitting you like a brutal slap. The murderous sorcerer from your nightmares, the darkest wizard in history, shares your lineage. Is that why you've always harbored strange abilities? Overwhelmed, you clutch at your forehead again. "No, I'm nothing like him," you choke out fiercely. But Gray regards you with only grim pity and regret in his eyes. "Not yet, but his spirit somehow influences you, which might grow only if unchecked." He squeezes your shoulder embracingly, though his voice remains solemn. "I cannot pretend this is not a grave burden to bear, but we will help you carry it and forge your own destiny." That night your sleep grows fractured and frightful. Plagued by vivid nightmares you now recognize as Voldemort's own memories, bleeding into your vulnerable psyche. They hint at ancient secrets and abilities waiting to be unlocked within you. You withdraw from friends and avoid their invitations, wanting to protect them from the darkness you now carry. Delving into the shadowed library archives, you pore tirelessly over history texts about Voldemort's rise and fall from power, desperately seeking answers about your true lineage and purpose. The accounts chill your blood, forcing you to question how easily you could follow the same destructive path, consumed by the same obsession with unlocking the full powers of your shared bloodline. These dangerous reflections trouble you deeply, but you confide your fears in no one, determined to handle the burden alone. The strange compulsions stirring within you since your arrival at Hogwarts feel like yours to bear solitary. You grow withdrawn, turning down offers from classmates to study or spend time together. At night you wander the empty castle alone, lost in brooding thoughts, your only company the ghosts drifting past on their unknowable errands. During one such aimless midnight walk weeks later, you chance to pass by Professor Iona's office door, and you overhear urgent voices within. Despite your better judgment, you pause, curiosity overpowering caution. The child is clearly unstable, comes Professor Gray's strained voice. I warned Albus she is not ready for Hogwarts with so little control, but he refused to listen. Professor Iona sighs heavily. What would you have us do instead? She has nowhere else to go, and her talents will only grow more wild and dangerous without proper schooling. You know as well as I the hidden dangers should her lineage become known, Grey replies darkly. She must learn restraint before the echoes of Voldemort's legacy fully consumes her. Staggered, you reel away from the office door, their words piercing your heart like a blade. So they have already judged you unstable, vowed to restrain and contain you. They understand nothing. You've harmed no one. Blood pounds hotly in your ears as you storm away blindly. How dare they presume to decide your fate? Whisper what you may one day become. You are not Voldemort. You will forge your own destiny, no matter what shackles they try to bind with you. You have only glimpsed the well of power simmering within you. Soon enough, all of Hogwarts will witness it too. The year concludes with a grand feast where Slytherin banners celebrate your house winning the House Cup. But you take no joy in the celebration, fixated on the wary glances the professors cast your way. Let them be weary. Soon, none will stop you from unlocking your true potential, no matter the cost. At last you make your way down to the train bound for London along with the other students. But you hardly notice the passing hills and valleys consumed by thoughts of the coming summer and fall. This was only your first year at Hogwarts, an introduction. When you return, the real work will begin in earnest. Work not even the teachers can oversee. Back at the Dingy Wolves orphanage, you spend the empty months secreted away rereading your spellbooks, impatient to practice magic freely again. At night, your twisted dreams grow even more vivid. hinting at ancient secrets waiting to be unearthed if you delve deeper than ever before. Voldemort's cold voice echoes through, promising you have only glimpsed the surface of the power flowing in your shared blood. The 1st of September finally arrives. You depart for King's Cross eagerly, leaving the grim orphanage behind without a backward glance. As the scarlet engine carries you north, you sit alone, absorbed in an old spell book about obscure curse magic, thoughts turned only to the deepening mysteries awaiting back at Hogwarts. There will be time for idle friendships again later. For now, your restless mind seeks only revelation. The start of Term Feast passes in a blur of sounds and smells. Back in your drafty dungeon dormitory, you bid your housemates only a curt goodnight before slipping off alone to the library. Among the shadowy shelves and aisles, you search for any book on ancient ruins or prophecy. So the weeks pass in relentless research. During classes you play the model student, attentive, reserved, ambitious. The professors believe you tamed and content. But each free hour finds you delving deeper into obscure magic, far from their supervision. You begin practicing all your growing skills on portraits and ghosts, probing deeper into their centuries of memories, seeking hints about lost founder artifacts. Your quest leads you to forgotten passages deep below the castle, to secretly practice divination spells considered borderline dark. Sheltered from meddling eyes, you are free to tap into your deeper magical intuition in ways never allowed in textbooks or classrooms. Rumours eventually spread through the student body of a shadowy figure glimpsed drifting silently through the corridors at night, when all should be asleep. No one can provide more than a fleeting account, but uneasy speculation spreads that this unknown spectre has crept unusually close to the castle's heart. Even the ghosts grow disturbed by this interloper treading ancient halls undisturbed. The professors increase patrols and security wards, but all attempts to glimpse the intruder directly fail. Privately, you revel in how rapidly fearful imagination fans the unease sparked by your nighttime wanderings. Let them speculate and dread. When the time comes to publicly announce your presence, their minds will already be primed to accept the new order you represent. Fear of the unknown opens far from minds and persuasion alone. One moonless midnight finds you ascending silently to the astronomy tower. The icy wind sighing around you. A forbidding, scrying orb, stolen from the ministry, rests securely beneath your robes. A relic you intend to activate under the open sky for your own designs. But as you mount the final steps to the tower top, A lone silhouette stands already waiting there. You freeze, every muscle tensing. But then the figure turns, hands raised peacefully, and you recognize the kind face of Myrtle, a Ravenclaw girl from your potions class. She gazes at you sadly, making no move to flee or raise an alarm. "Wait," she says softly. "I know what you plan and the path you follow, but it doesn't have to be this way." Myrtle takes a slow step forward, her voice imploring. "Your gifts could help so many. Instead of control them through fear, it's never too late to turn from this brink." Heaving the stolen orb tighter beneath your cloak, you stand frozen, uncertain of how to respond. But Myrtle presses on gently. "I don't know what darkness haunts you, but we've heard the whispers of who you could become. Please, help me wake the others to choose a better dream than this." She extends a hand, a bleeding, trembling hand. For several taut heartbeats, a fragile bridge stands stretched out between you, framed by the silent stars. You stare down at her offer, tempting, and yet so naive. Myrtle gazes back unwaveringly, her eyes full of compassion. In another life, perhaps, you could have reached out and taken her hand. But not tonight. "The others will awaken soon enough," you reply finally, softly. "But perhaps not to the dream you hope for." In one smooth motion, you draw your wand and train it upon Myrtle's vulnerable form. "Now, I suggest you return to your bed while you still can." The unspoken threat in your low tone sparks her survival instinct. With a choked grasp, Myrtle spins and flees for the stairs without looking back. The shadow door slams heavily behind her, leaving only you and the sighing wind. Gripping your wand tighter, you turn to gaze upwards at the waiting stars. Myrtle's naive intervention changes nothing. The next phase begins as planned, at moonrise. Come morning light, screams and shouts of shock echo all corners of the castle. All awaken to find an identical silver serpent symbol, now seared by ancient ruins into the stone above their beds. None can erase or conceal these watching sigils. Panic races unchecked through the halls at this chilling violation. Both a demonstration of power and a promise of retribution. Terrified students convene emergency gatherings, huddled together for protection as they heatedly debate how to address this act of psychological terrorism. Even the professors stand mute and dismayed, incapable of offering either explanations or reassurance. That all will remain unchanged. Your unseen hand has wounded the castle at its very heart and left your indelible mark upon it. Privately, you revel in this carefully orchestrated dread spreading. No concessions or tightened security can satisfy them now. The only possible remedy is to weave yourself fully into the school's fabric, then reshape it entirely according to your design from within. Their imaginations have perfectly primed them to accept the necessity of what you represent. Let their fears swell to ripeness. The rituals prepared will soon provide a fitting demonstration of the power their whispered prophecies speak of. Patience. The appointed hour approaches. Once the full moon grants you unchecked communion with spirits eager to herald this new era at your side, all remaining doubts will finally be purged in cleansing flame. Events now move beyond any force within the castle to divert. Where before you were but a shadow, all will soon be forced to reckon with the blazoned icon your incomplete destiny demands you now become. The rituals prepared will pave the way. Let the rotting world await its overdue reckoning. You sweep swiftly through the moonlit forest, dry leaves and twigs cracking beneath your boots. The chill night air carries the scent of coming winter, but you hardly feel the cold. The ancient text, cradled carefully in your arm, radiates as a subtle warmth, as if sensing its purpose nears completion. At last, you arrive in the remote grove chosen for tonight's work and pause. This neglected place should serve you well, far from the castle and any prying intervention. Kneeling reverently, you lay the heavy book in the center of the leaf-strewn clearing and open it to the paged mark with a black ribbon. An ancient ritual to summon spirits and bargain for their power. Meticulously, you inscribe a wide circle around the book, using a silver ritual dagger, copying the elaborate runes and sigils from memory. The necessary words in place, you stand and retrieve one more item from within your cloak. A palm-sized crystal orb, cupping a writhing shadow essence bound long ago by forces unknown. Setting the now pulsing crystal sphere carefully within the circle's heart, you raise your left hand high and draw the dagger's cold edge across your exposed palm without hesitation. Hot blood wells and drips down onto the thirsty earth. A freely given sacrifice to rouse what slumbers below. Gripping your wand in your pleading hand, you repeat the rhythmic invocation transcribed on the yellowed pages, voice rising powerfully over the ancient silent trees. As the incantation reaches its climax, crimson light suddenly erupts from the crystal artifact, the blood offering igniting a reaction from the vengeful spirit imprisoned within. You repeat the summoning words once more, raw magic crackling through the electrified air. Then with a final thunderous command, in the ancient tongue, you smash your wand down upon the crystal orb resting among the glyphs. The sphere shatters violently beneath the blow, shards exploding outward in a blast that knocks you physically backwards as a shadowy vapor rapidly unfurls from the broken vessel. The unbound spirit manifests fully within the ritual circle. Pale and skeletal, crimson eyes ablaze within a face that makes your very soul recoil in horror. And yet despite that dread, your heart pounds with triumph. After so many years, Lord Voldemort rises again. Well done, my young heir, the apparition rasps, the sinister voice clawing along your spine as he examines his newly constructed form. At last, we stand united beyond the grasp of the fools who hope to keep us apart. Voldemort paces closer with predatory grace, scrutinizing you hungrily. And I see you have indeed grown powerful, ripe with potential to be molded further to my design. His lipless mouth twists in malevolent anticipation. Yes, I do believe you are finally ready to serve as the vessel to restore my full glory. With sudden viper swiftness, Voldemort's spirit lunges forward before you can react, surging into your body in a tsunami of scouring dark power. Blinding pain whites out all thought as you feel his parasitic essence invade every cell, ruthlessly scouring your mind and soul to make room for his own. You are only distantly aware of your raw screams, carrying through the icy night air. Never have you felt such all-consuming agony as Voldemort's fractured but ravenous spirit quests through your yielding body like a plague. But deep in your crumbling psyche, some flicker of defiance yet smolders. With the last scrap of your strength, you grasp that fragile lifeline. Can't give in. Never wanted this. Must fight. That glimmer kindles into a faint inner light, pushing back against the corruption devouring you from within. Inch by inch, you wrest back control of your overwhelmed senses. And in that heroic instant before your soul dissolves fully, you glimpse the truth. Power urged without compassion enslaves all it touches. only now, at the edge of oblivion, do you understand how far astray you have fallen. With renewed desperation, you cling to that central light growing steadily stronger as Voldemort's essence recoils from its heat. Back and forth you war wordlessly against the dark tidal wave threatening to annex you entirely. But where Voldemort draws strength from rage and fear, your only weapon is compassion. For yourself, and even for the maimed, power-twisted soul trying to consume you whole. This unexpected grace erodes the Dark Lord's hold like acid, allowing your true spirit space to regain lost ground. Moment by moment the light prevails, ceding no corner of darkness to gain purchase. And then, quite suddenly, you feel Voldemort's fragmented psyche hiss in fury and anguish at this exposure to your inextinguishable inner flame. With a howling shriek, his wraith form peels violently away, ejected forcibly from your mind altogether. Gasping, you collapse forward, palms braced against the cold earth. Slowly, the blessed sensation of that parasitic presence scoured from your soul sinks in. With shuddering effort, you raise your head to meet Voldemort's crimson glare where he hovers just outside the glowing ritual circle. You have rejected my essence, but our destinies remain intertwined, my young heir. The Dark Lord snarls. I shall simply seek out a more compliant vessel upon my return, but we shall meet again. With those ominous parting words, his form rapidly loses cohesion, dissolving into rolling mist before sinking into the earth, leaving only silence behind. Shuddering, you slump down fully, utterly spent. Never have you ventured so close to the abyss of your own disillusion, and managed somehow to draw back into the light. For untold minutes, you simply lie shaken, frozen on the ground, feeling life and warmth slowly sleep back into your laden limbs. Lingering horror at your brush with absolute corruption still clings like ice around your heart. But that choosing light remains aglow deep within, kindled anew by your rejection of fear and rage. However terribly you stumbled here at the edge, you ultimately chose compassion, wisdom, over destruction, and in so choosing, a fragile redemption took root inside you. At last, you gingerly rise to your feet, swaying slightly as you gather the tainted ritual tools with trembling hands. The night air feels changed, no longer holding restless threat. These objects were meant to channel corrupt power, but you understand at last such magic only enslaves. When you return them to Professor Grey, you will purify them so no other soul falls prey. Turning slowly, you begin the long walk back through the silent forest, still leaning on some nearby trees for support. Your steps feel lighter now, as if an enormous weight has lifted. The shadows barely cling here anymore, and as your breathing evens and heartbeat slows, a profound certainty grows within you. The faint light still alive in your heart will only grow if you nurture that seed and share its wisdom freely. However long the redemption path ahead, this light can yet transform even your greatest shadows into hopeful new beginnings. Step by determined step, you make your way through the moonlit woods towards Hogwarts' distant silhouette, no longer haunted or hurrying. And when the castle's torchlit gates finally loom up before you, all lingering traces of fear and regret fall away at last. Your second chance stands ready, if you choose to walk in light and guide others to find their own. Smiling softly, you pass through the entrance archway and out of the shadows forever. You make your way slowly up to the hospital wing, body and spirit both still heavy with exhaustion. But the relief of being free from corruption's grasp fills you with fragile hope. Madam Humphrey clucks in concern over your disheveled, hollowed-eyed state, ushering you directly into a private room and pouring a steaming cup of restorative tonic. Drink up now. No arguments, she tuts, waiting until you dutifully drain the bitter draught. Professor Gray sent word you'd likely need care after tonight's ordeal, though he gave no details. Her gaze softens as she adds gently, "But whatever taunts you, we'll soon set it to rights." You manage a grateful smile. "I think the worst has passed now. My own foolishness led me astray, but I'm finding my way back." Madam Pomfrey pats your shoulder. "Caring for lost souls is what we're here for. Now rest. The dawn brings a brighter day." With that assurance, she dims the lamps with a wave of her wand and takes her leave. Sleep finds you swiftly in the bed's soft haven void of nightmares for the first time in ages. Morning light streaming through the windows gently rouses you. Blinking, you see Professor Gray sitting in a chair nearby, reading a worn book. He glances up as you stir. "Welcome back. How are you feeling?" Sitting up slowly, you take stock. Your body remains fatigued, but your spirit feels unburdened. "I'm still weary, but the darkness has passed. Your light guided me out of the shadows when I faltered." Gray nods. The light reveals itself to those who seek it, even those long lost in darkness. He smiles slightly. "Teaching is why this school exists, to keep hope's flame alight through all seasons and souls." Taking your hand, he continues gravely. I cannot pretend to fathom what you endured last night, but your spirit's strength in turning back from that brink shows the person you truly are, not what dark whispers claimed you must become. You squeeze the professor's hand tightly in wordless gratitude, both for him never abandoning you and for seeing the goodness lingering beneath your misdeeds. In Gray's steady faith, you feel your own courage and purpose renewed. The past can no longer define your path. In the days that follow, you slowly begin weaving trust anew within your classmates, braced for suspicion or disdain, but most simply welcome you back from your self-imposed isolation without prying, offering empathy you feel unworthy of. And when you haltingly confess part of the truth to your gentle friend Myrtle, her forgiveness helps you thaw your heart even further. The darkness in all of us is just pain turned inwards, she says wisely. Yours was simply deeper, but the light still found you. When classes resume after the holiday, you devote yourself to humble acts of service and selfless wisdom that unsplit others rather than control them. Each honest kindness offered freely helps restore faith in the goodness that yet remains inside you. And though the shadows never fully recede, they lose their power to dominate your heart or destiny. You tread onwards in better company who teach you the light still shines if you walk with courage and keep your gaze upwards. The future stands ready for you to write openly, unbound by past mistakes. Years later, as you stand proudly among the other graduating students, you know your redemption will continue long after this milestone. Dark magic's allure yet tugs at deep roots within you, requiring constant vigilance. But you have found your true calling, using your gifts to heal and empower, not conquer. And wherever the road ahead now leads, you walk it guided by compassion, not fear or bloodline. This wisdom was brought at great price, but your suffering forged a spirit now wreathed in kindness and unafraid to let your hard-won light shine brightly. Heart unbowed, you step forth boldly into the hopeful dawn, ready to share the redemptive gifts of courage, empathy, and grace with all who need reminding, as others once selflessly did for